1, 2. Let's check. Maybe. Oh, it says live. It does say live. This one also says live. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. So I want to see if, so basically, I want to get, hold on, create, go live. Okay, there it is. Good. Okay, now I have the chat up for both of them. In case someone comes in and decides to say some nasty things in chat, like they did last time. They weren't very nice last time. Someone said mean things in chat. It's okay. It happens. Okay, what are we going to do today? Why is the soup very special? For why is the soup very special? For the click-through rate. It's not. It's special to me because I'm actually going to use a recipe to make it. I guess it's special. Why would the soup be special? It's special because Calvin, we were at the farmer's market. Where were we? Were we at the farmer's market? Where was I with Calvin? I was with him. Yeah, we were at the farmer's market and we saw Cabbage and he was like, let's get that. And I was like, okay. And I was like, what should I make out of this cabbage? And he was like, soup. So this is by request, I suppose. Darlene, someone said the F word lots on my stream, so I blocked them. Good reason. You know what? You know what? You don't need a good reason. You don't need a good reason to block somebody. It helps if you have one. But create the space that you want to exist in. And I saw you ask how my trip was. Trip was great. Trip was great. Trip went by quickly. I was gone. We left Wednesday morning, came back Sunday afternoon. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. It was wonderful. We were up in the Catskills, an area of New York State, sort of near Woodstock and Phoenicia, Hudson are all kind of like around in that area. We hiked, a couple of friends and I hiked a portion of one of the hardest trails in the country called the Devil's Path, which was fun. We didn't get as far as I wanted to because one of my friends got injured and we had to accommodate for that. He's fine. He dislocated his shoulder. It's raining in San Diego. Boo indeed, because as I'm aware, rain is not frequent there. And quite a surprise. Is that what that's not normal, right? Like it's not, it doesn't usually rain with that type of frequency. I'm used to just rain kind of randomly. There's never, I mean, the weather patterns here are very, like it's going to rain this week and it's going to rain on Friday. That's just like how it is. It rains hard, but infrequently. Okay. an atmospheric flood at least 1 or 2 times a year. Atmospheric flood is when when the clouds are basically like, you're just like wringing out a towel full of water over top of the region. Yeah, Emma, a cabbage soup I haven't had in a long time. So it was a nice like, okay, I can do that. I can do that. Velos, welcome in. Y'all, Velos got their 300th check-in yesterday. I have confetti for you. There it is. We did a little secret stream yesterday, a little secret test stream. And the check-ins were working during that stream because I was testing something on the bot too. So I occasionally, very occasionally, do secret streams on the account that is listed in chat. Mainly like off the cuff stuff, testing things that are like an hour, whatever. Things where I don't care if the stream crashes in the middle of it. We're gonna do 2 things today. We're making 2 recipes. One is a recipe that I wrote for broccoli cheddar toast, and the other is a recipe for Italian sausage and cabbage stew. The broccoli cheddar toast we're gonna make first because that one is one where I'm gonna like follow a recipe, and they're both recipes. I'm following a recipe for both of them. Lou, get your shit together. I need to make notes on this recipe. The other one I'm just following, so it's a little bit more fun, less involved. This one is due next week, I think. Maybe next Monday. I'm writing it for I don't know what season it's going to be for. So I need to make notes on this as I'm writing it, and it will be this one's pretty easy. This is less involved than the chicken pot pie toast, which I was writing last week, and the actual process is, I think, a little bit quicker, hopefully. Bella says it's gotten cold and wet and you're planning on making cabbage soup this week. I support that. I got these cabbages like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, I meant to use them last week and I didn't, but they're cabbage, so like they don't really go bad. They keep forever. Forever. Like, I've definitely had a cabbage in my refrigerator for like a month before, and it's fine. It's just fine. A cabbage is basically a large Brussels sprout. Which is, you know, one of my favorites. Troy says, with cabbage, it's not hard to get ahead. Good one. Velos, we won the tent war. Congratulations. Manufacturer agrees with half of my tent is highly irregular, and they're offering me a replacement with the same tent, or for 100 more, upgrade to the second from the top of the line most expensive tent. Oh man, I feel like that might be a tough decision, because I bet you agonized over the decision to buy the other tent in the first place and are like, oh, is the footprint of it different? My question would be, is it larger dimensionally? Because usually when I buy a tent, it's for the dimensions. Oh, hell yeah. I'm paying that. I'm making them eat. I would definitely, I mean, if I had the $100 and the quality is better, I'd probably do that. TARDIS says, I got my unholy combination of ingredients that vaguely resembles a pasta bake. Probably isn't insulted by the Italian and Turkish people out of the oven, and goddamn, it's good. Well, that's how. Listen, if you're mutually offending everybody, that's probably fine. Actually, happy they decided to replace it. Right. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to pay anything and they'll still replace it, like that's also a good deal. I do love like a deal, like that's a good deal. That'd be like a Black Friday deal. Are we opting outside on Black Friday? Not going to be shopping at all on Black Friday. Because it will not be convenient for me to do so. Okay. Let's talk about this recipe. This is for broccoli toast. So I'm gonna get the ingredients out, and then we'll walk through the actual recipe. 1 large loaf of French table bread. That's this. 10 tablespoons of olive oil. Get this guy out. 2 large broccoli crowns cut into small florets. 28 ounces worth of broccoli 28 ounces worth of broccoli crowns. Fellas, I get that. I love and it doesn't come from a sort of sense of, I don't have this like deeply seated sense of like buy American, right? But I do love when I get a product and it's like made in the US. I'm like, cool. Are all of the components of it made somewhere else and it was assembled in the US? Maybe. But artists are too busy for Black Friday. That is also fair. I will be very occupied on the Friday after Thanksgiving this year. American Thanksgiving next Thursday, y'all. If you watch a lot of like food content on Twitch, you're probably gonna get start getting inundated with Thanksgiving food content if you haven't already. Sorry in advance. For you, I'm not doing anything related to Thanksgiving because I usually don't. Have I done like Thanksgiving stuff before? I don't know if I've done Thanksgiving. I know I've done stuff for like Christmas, but I don't think I've ever done like Thanksgiving specific things. All right, so we're gonna do 28 ounces worth of broccoli. Troy, you're buying a monitor. Are monitors just as cheap as televisions now? I was reading something, 29.6 ounces. Nailed it. Perfect. I bought all 3 of those broccoli crowns, and I was like, better get a third. This feels like they're a little smaller than the ones I had before. And they are. And they are. So we're doing 8 cups worth of florets. This is an 8-cup glass measuring John. That's why I have that. 4 tablespoons of butter. It says unsalted butter, so let's do that. I shockingly enough have unsalted butter. I usually don't, but I mentioned going on a trip recently, and we had 1, 2, 3, 4. One of the folks on the trip had brought unsalted butter and was like, "Oh, I don't really want to take any of this home." So I was like, "Okay, I'll take it." Teaspoon of black pepper, got it. Half a teaspoon salt. 1 onion and soup dip packet. That's this one. And 1 pack of pre-sliced cheddar cheese. I don't have that. I didn't buy pre-sliced cheddar cheese. I bought cheese from the deli at Reading Terminal. But pre-sliced cheddar cheese packets usually come in packs of 10. So we're going to do a we're just like we're gonna use cheddar cheese, like pre-sliced cheddar cheese. Doesn't need to come in a pack, but like I'm calling for a pack, and I'm trying to keep it to the recipe to where you need 10 of them. 10 slices of cheese, that is. True Caretaker says, why can I do all of our Christmas shopping on Black Friday? It's not as crazy here in Canada. Right. So you don't have people... I think that retail-wise, it's less of an event now in terms of the... like people lining up at stores and fist fighting each other for like PlayStation 2s. But the actual, like, just the generalized, like, today's the day to shop thing, I don't know. I don't always love that. I do love shopping though. Y'all, oh my God, I love shopping. I love it so much. But I don't like doing the rush to the store to do the thing. The command performance of shopping on Black Friday. No Thanksgiving stuff so far. I feel like I was talking to one of my friends from Canada who was on this trip that I was just on, and he was telling me all about the like basically how things are just some things have just been pulled off the shelves because they're because of tariffs. Oh gosh. Secondary monitor. I love a secondary monitor. I'd love to get a better monitor for this setup here, but I'd also like to move the laptop off the counter. It'll happen eventually. It'll happen eventually. Darlene says there's big broccoli. They're decent sized broccoli. Sausage stuffed Cornish hens, mashed sweet potatoes, and pumpkin cheesecake. I love all of that. I love pumpkin cheesesteak. Oh, Ash. Ash, you're muffling us. A cheese and Christmas cookie pairing class, Troy. That sounds kind of fun. Cheesy cookies. You do like cheddar cookies. Lizzie, welcome in. Good afternoon or good day. Precious baby indeed. He just wanted to come up. That's all. I recently found an event that I think we're gonna go to. We're gonna live stream. I think we'll see. This Philly Cookie Fest, December 7th. I think that's a Sunday. We're gonna go. I think we're gonna go to that. There's a cookie exchange, so I might like make some cookies for the exchange. I was thinking of making the garlic cookies. Because I was thinking of doing the garlic. Well, we'll see. Cookie Club. The Cookie Club stream is going to be the Thursday before that event. So I'm just whatever we do for Cookie Club, I'm gonna like make a bunch more. What else? What else was there? It's a cookie decorating. There's like a decorating thing at it, which sounded kind of fun. So I think we're gonna go to that. I have to buy tickets, but tickets are like $12. Tardis garlic cookies, y'all. You know, I mentioned the garlic cookies, but check this out. Look what I have. Look what I have. These are roasted garlic butter cookies. They come from the farmer's market. The one. Where's the focus? Oh, there it is. That's also where we got the cabbage. That's right. At that same farmer's market. I was like, we didn't go to the Fittler one, but we went to the the one at Head House like 2 Sundays ago. That's right. I forgot. These are roasted garlic butter cookies. So ingredients: butter, all-purpose flour, sugar, roasted garlic, cayenne pepper, and baking powder. Lizzie, I am having a good day. Thank you. I hope you are too. A happy Tuesday. Still waiting on the garlic cookie sample. Well, so look, we might, I'm thinking I might want to make these for Cookie Club. Because I'd like to do these for the exchange. Now, here's a thing that I got out of this trip to the farmer's market, aside from getting 2 packs of garlic butter cookies, which I'll show you now. This is a roasted garlic butter cookie. It looks like this. It is very flat. The bottom of it is crispy. It's very solid, not chewy. And when you break it, it also has a sound, like a crackling sound. These are a little bit stale because they're just over a week old. Comes in with the garlic. First thing you get is butter. And you're like, oh, it's a buttery, like almost like a shortbread cookie. And then you get garlic and you're like, whoa, that's weird. And then the cayenne pepper is like right behind it, right, like just punching you right in the mouth. And then that fades and you're just left with garlic butter and sugar. Anyway, fun thing about these cookies. I told the guy working there about working on a recipe and like trying to adapt them. And the guy was like, I was like, yeah, I feel weird admitting it because they're like your cookies and blah, blah, blah. And the guy was like, yeah, my mom got those at some craft fair like 10 years ago. And he was like, she liked them and worked on a recipe and now we sell them. So like, go ahead. And I was like, amazing. And then we talked about how recipes aren't really like new. You know, most people when they're writing a recipe, like use several reference sources. And when you are in fact writing a recipe, there's no harm in putting your reference sources in with your actual recipe, because it actually helps give you an authority, like it gives you some authority on it. Anyway, all that is to say, I think going to the Philly Cookie Fest would be really fun. I think making the garlic butter cookies for that would be fun, and maybe doing them for Cookie Club. Or maybe doing a separate Cookie Club giveaway, like cookie giveaway in December or something. I don't know. $200, welcome in. Congratulations on your 350th check-in. That is a lot of check-ins. That's almost an entire year of listening to my bullshit. Congratulations. Or, well, let's say it this way. It's almost an entire year of listening to my bullshit. So either congratulations or I'm sorry. You pick, maybe both. A business year. Hell yeah. Mike, I like your optimism. A class market at school on the 28th where the kids can make stuff and sell for classroom bucks. That's cute. That is cute. Consumables are always good. Cookies would be good. Hard candies might be fun to make. They have a longer shelf life. Do they do like friendship bracelets? That's always a big thing at like conferences, people handing out like little bracelets. let's make this recipe. Preheat the oven to 400. Oh wait, it's at 350. Jesus Christ, Ash. Ash is like, I'm gonna kill you. Buddy. He was right behind me. Cat dancing. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's either the cat or the old deaf dog. The dog is a little bit easier to discern though. You can hear her clicking around. Okay. Line a large baking sheet with parchment paper. Let's time this. And away we go. Kiddo isn't into crafting, right? Wouldn't go over well. Yeah, well, what would happen, what's probably going to happen in both cases is you're going to end up, like, helping, right? I feel like whenever kids are, like, need to make a large volume of something, they'll make a limited number, and then it's sort of tedious. If you were a parent and you're like watching it happen, it's sort of tedious to observe. And you're like, all right, the person with the dexterity is taking over now. Sorry, kid. Yeah, end up making all the bracelets. At least with the candy, you can acknowledge that that's probably what's going to happen. Cut the bread into 10 slices. 10 1-inch thick slices. I'm going to write this the same as I did the other one. Where I really want them to have 10 slices of this, not necessarily a specific thickness. Ash is lurking. He is command lurk Ash. That's not a real thing. You don't need to put that in the chat. He's back here chilling. Ash, do we need to get you the chair? Ash, do you want the chair? Come here. You look like you want to be around. I see you. Come. Will you sit on the chair if I give you the chair? Come here. Come. Oh, hold on. The chair's in my way. Come. Sit. Sit. Sit down. You can be right here. You're allowed to be proximal. We like you. We like seeing you. You're here. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You can sit right there. Hello, Anne. Welcome. All right, I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. Yeah, maybe he'll stay. What I should do, if I really, really want to train him to be there, to like hang out there for any sort of appreciable period of time, is about every 10 to 15 minutes, I should give him a teeny tiny treat. Just a little something. A little something where he gets a little reward. But he's content to hang out there right now. We'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. All right. This bread is not going to cut nicely into 10 pieces. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut this. Let's cut this in half. And then maybe we will get 10 pieces out of here. We'll see. We'll see. This is a big loaf of bread. It is, you're correct, darling. This is what the bakery calls French table bread. So it's large. It has like a kind of a big center to it. And then it really kind of tapers off. So we got some big slices in the middle. So we'll see. The last one that I did when I was writing this recipe the first time, I needed to cut these slices up a little bit more. I think this one will actually be fine. The only kind of bread you really can't use for this is a baguette, because it doesn't quite work. I guess you could use a baguette. To be fair, you could do it. I don't think it would be ideal though. All right, just trying to fit these nicely on the tray. There's a world in which all of these kind of go on. Yeah, he's doing good. Ash is doing real good down here. Don't look now, but he's... Oh, hi, bud. Hi. He has no idea that he has no idea that he is the center of the attention. I mean, he kind of knows that he's the center of attention. He kind of knows. He's got some vague idea. Right, bud? Yeah. He's a good boy, that Ash. These are not fitting on this tray. We may have to cut one of these up in half anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not getting 10 slices on this tray. No. Oh, hold on. Okay, there. I'm not getting 10 slices out of this loaf, so I guess that's okay. Yeah, he's doing great. And you're going to try making the tomato soup. I hope it goes well. It's really there's no secret to it. Like, I'd really love to tell you, like, oh, if you got to do it this way or this thing, but like, it really is very, very, very forgiving as far as recipes go. But feel free to let me know if you have any questions about it, because I was very happy with how it came together, and I've now given it out several places. Is it up on the? Is it on the thing? I don't know if I posted it yet. If you want, and I can actually, if you want me to give you, because I don't think it's the recipe itself is live yet. I could send you the recipe that I wrote, like the actual, like a PDF on it. Like I could post it in Discord. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you have a good one. Thank you for saying hi. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Let me, because the other thing is I printed it for another friend of mine. Where's my phone? Here it is. I actually have it as a PDF already, and I sent it to somebody. Andrew. There we go. Let's send this to Discord. Recipes. Wait. Food chat. Did that work? It did. Okay. It's in Discord under the food chat channel. It's a PDF of it. So that is the recipe that I sent in. Now, is that going to be the one that is on the website ultimately? Probably not. The wording will change. I don't think the volumes of anything will change, but they may change some of the wording, etc. But that is the final version of the one that I was working on. Actually, I don't have all of my recipes in PDF like that, but that was one that I already did. Let's do the rest of the prep for this too. 2 large broccoli crowns cut into small florets. 8 cups. And I don't just want the crowns. I want the crowns and stems cut into florets. So we're going to get a knife. Let's use a big chef knife for this because I want to. And if you don't have all the ingredients for it, it's also very flexible. So don't worry too much. Okay. Let's get the leaves off of here because I don't really want. I just flipped my pepper container over. Fortunately, I cleaned the counter immediately before stream, and we're just gonna take that with the bench scraper right back into the container. Don't tell. Don't tell that it was on the counter. Shh. Master of Spuds, welcome. Cabbage soup with beef. No, not be bad actually. So we're just going to take the leaves off of this, and I am going to cut this up. Now this is probably the most time-intensive part. It might take longer to cut the broccoli up than it does to make the entire rest of this recipe. It's possible. It's possible. Okay. Leaves are cut. Leaves are cut. Just turn my timer back on. I stopped it for a second there. Is it okay to sub brown ones? Yep. Absolutely. The red lentils are the ones that I call for only because of the color. It had nothing to do with the taste, really. Although red lentils do functionally have slightly different taste than brown ones or green ones. You could use either one, and it doesn't matter at all. was the goal of the recipe, and when I was making it, was to get it to look as much like tomato soup as possible. So the main reason that I used red was to maintain a color. That was it. They do taste, like I said, they taste a little different, but it's not going to be much different. It might taste more earthy and will most certainly be browner. True Caretaker says the wife doesn't like me cutting broccoli or cauliflower because I nibble on the pieces I cut off, and she says it ruins my appetite. Is she wrong? I mean, that sounds like a statement that I don't want to take sides here, but I could see doing that myself for sure. Why does the bot think you're flirting? Oh, I bet it was the word nibble. She's 100% correct. Yeah. I mean, that's like when you're cooking a lot of the time, you're just like tasting and eating and sort of nibbling. And I know for myself, sometimes I'll finish cooking and I'll be like, yeah, I'm not really hungry anymore. Just not. I hope it's not the phrase cut off. No. Ooh. No, it's not. Look at Ash. Look at the cat. Look at him. Oh, he's a pretty boy. He's just a pretty boy. He really is. He's hanging out. Doing cute cat stuff. Okay, now we're gonna cut the stems up here. I don't really know the best way to cut broccoli stems, I guess, because I want these to be pretty small pieces. I guess I can just chop these like that. And then let me get a picture of the size of these because I want to make sure I have kind of a clear direction on what size to chop these to, because they are often stems are not like included in recipes. It's just sort of like broccoli crowns. So I want to make sure I've got like a visual on what I'm asking for. Yeah, he's being so good over there. Sleeping. He's sleeping. Oh, he might be catching up to Elsie at some point if this keeps up. She just likes to come by and cause trouble. Ash likes to hang out. There's a difference between the two. She's not trouble. That's a bad way to put it. That she's the most curious of the cats, and often that is her driving, motivating factor, is curiosity. There. Wasn't that a better way to say that? I think so. All right. I'm just gonna cut these. So you don't really see the broccoli too much here. Like, I know the broccoli is the only solid ingredient, but I cook it too for a while, and so it reduces and sort of sticks together and gets a lot less. The shape of the broccoli in the final version of this is much less defined. So using the stems is totally reasonable because they also cook down nicely, and there's no like big chunks. I think we'll see how this ends up looking in the end, but my sense is that the stem might end up really being one of the only things that you see. Cut off the kind of chunky bottom of the thing. The stem might end up being one of the only things you see in here. Cat social conventions are different than ours. Yeah, they sure are. She's definitely the curious, jumps up on the counter, sort of relentless curiosity is how I would describe Elsie. Obi is the sort of the caretaker. As they're aging and kind of growing into their personalities, they're starting to get into these sort of like roles. And also because we have small kittens in the house too, they're getting, so some of them interact more with the kittens, like Obi, and then some of them sort of interact lightly. Elsie is a light interaction with the cats. So I'm cutting up this broccoli crown a little differently than the last one, just in terms of methodology. And I think what I want to note on here is to find on their website, if they have it, like a guide to cutting up a head of broccoli. So I don't think this is an intuitive process. Resi launched himself into the trash a few times. Having a cat go into the trash can is always fun. And says, my new cat likes to climb. I don't know what to do about a Christmas tree. Yeah, same. Very honestly, like big same on that one. For those of y'all who set up any type of Christmas tree, what kind of ornaments do you put on it? Do you do like regular, like normal generic ornaments? Do you have like a whole bunch of special ornaments that you've collected through the years, like a mix of both? What's your Christmas tree strategy / style? I asked that because sort of to Anne's point about not really sure how to do the tree. We in our house, we have a fake tree. Had it for years. It's great. Christmas tree gets set up in about 5 minutes and I don't have to go outside. We have ornaments from forever, like ornaments from when I was a baby, when I was a kid, when Gwen was a kid, like Calvin's like fucking footprint in a piece of clay, that kind of ornament. Anne says, I've got a variety, mostly Dollar Tree finds, lots of glitter. I was worried when our kittens were babies, but they haven't given us any issues so far. Wow, that's nice. No issues with the cats is great. I foresee issues. I foresee a lot of issues. Tabletop trees, True Caretaker says, with no ornaments because the cats would break them. I like that idea. Glass ones I'll have to leave off. And I think that's my strategy this year anyway, is like we're gonna go with the sort of generic Christmas tree and see what happens. We're gonna put like the soft ornaments on there, the ones that are made of paper, sort of the ones that can fall off the tree. I'm not gonna put the Santa that is from like the the ceramic Santa from the 1930s. I'm not putting that on the tree this year because it's almost 100 years old and it's been through a lot. It's had a lot of like care and whatever. given to it, and I don't want the curious cats this year to be the reason that it breaks. So we'll see. We'll see. $200, you have generic ones depending on the color theme, plus some special ones, little office fucker pops. That is fun. I like that you have a color theme. That's cool. Camille says they have a mixture of old sentimental ornaments as well as cool and silly ones seen at shops. Aiming for non-breakables when you have cats is very smart. And y'all, can I tell you, one of the most special ornaments that we have is a plastic. It is a plastic ornament, plastic glitter ball, very nondescript plastic glitter ball. That is from Daisy's first year, her first Christmas, her first full Christmas, which is when she was just over a year old. And we took the same strategy for that Christmas as we're taking this year, which is to say, don't put anything important on the tree and just see how the new animal in the house behaves. Well, I can tell you definitively that year we bought several packs of plastic glitter ornaments for the Christmas tree. And I don't remember the circumstances, but we were out one day. Things had been fine. We were out, things had been normal and fine for a couple days. Gwen and I went out. When we came back, the tree was on its side, and Daisy had consumed multiple ornaments. She had broken every ornament on that tree except one. And that one we still have. So we have one special crappy CVS ornament that has some pretty significant meaning. Y'all, she shit glitter for weeks. Her poop was very, very festive. Very festive. Yeah, the tree fainted and she tried to give the ornaments mouth to mouth. I would love to give her the benefit of that doubt, but I can't. I can't. She was definitely on the naughty list. No, she was. It was, and that was definitely a yeah, I don't want to put up all the the good ornaments. Let's see what happens. And that was what happened. So it was definitely a lesson learned situation. So for the cats, all that is to say this year, I think that we will hold off on some of the special ornaments and just see what happens for the first week or two. If the past couple months are any precedent, we're probably not going to have nice ornaments on the tree for a couple years because these cats get into some shit and they're not shy about it. Also going to guess she didn't enjoy the experience of pushing those out. No, I don't think so. I don't recall if we took her to the vet or not. I think that was let's see if she has any digestive issues before spending money on the vet. And, that was 12 years ago. She's 13 now. But Daisy's gotcha day is New Year's Eve. So by the time her first Christmas in the house rolled around, she was already over a year old. So she is she's coming up on it. She's not a problem anymore though. She's definitely not. She's gotten to the point now where she doesn't even take things off the counter anymore. She can't get up on the counter. So the other day I left some stuff, a box of pastries up on the counter, which historically would be destroyed and in her bed in the living room, secretly consumed. But they were fine. They were fine. No issues. It's happened a couple times where I've left stuff on the counter and she has not touched it at all. Except now Elsie comes up and just nibbles on shit. So she's kind of also, she's just taken the place of Daisy, just kind of directly, which is both fun, interesting, and also honestly annoying. Because I still can't leave stuff out on the counter. And I have an animal who can get in far narrower, less accessible places than Daisy ever could. So, a little annoying, not gonna lie. Camille says, I don't think I've personally had any destructive dogs who've messed with the Christmas tree, but every cat I've had is obsessed with it. My Cordelia would take down the whole thing when I'd leave the room and I'd return the tree on its side. Yeah. And these three, this one plus the other two, they work as a team. They're triplets and very, very bonded. And they definitely work as a team. And it's kind of funny to see, and it's also a little bit terrifying. Because you're like, if y'all were bigger and out in the wilds, you would just be hunting. This is what hunting would look like. It was not too long ago that Daisy ate a box of Hostess treats. No, this is just the past year. Daisy's sort of lost her. What she's lost is confidence in her back legs. So she's no longer able to stand up and put her front paws on the counter and get her head over in where I'd put things. So she's lost her back legs, essentially is the sad reality of it. Had to stop using tinsel. Oh my God. I feel like they'd eat it and it would get wrapped in their intestines. No, it sure would. That's a good idea. I don't love tinsel in general. I don't love tinsel in general because of single-use plastics. But that's definitely that is a real, very real concern. Yeah, the eating this stuff is the worst. I don't mind if you knock the tree over if I've prepared for it, but don't eat all the ornaments. I'm not worried about the cats eating the ornaments. I'm just worried about them messing with the tree. We'll see though. It's a fake tree, so it doesn't smell or anything. There's no allure of it other than looking at it and being that looks like it would be fun to climb. True Caretaker says, my mom trained her St. Bernards to not take anything off the counters. It was always weird having these behemoths just laying there with meat cooking a couple of feet, right? Where they could very easily just be up on the counter. Probably didn't even need to jump up, just flop your head up here and lay the tongue out, and it's just collected. Wow, that was 8 cups of broccoli. If you recall, last week when I was working on this recipe, I used 4 cups of broccoli and it was not nearly enough. So, okay, preheat the oven to 400, line a large baking sheet with parchment paper, cut the bread into 10 1-inch thick slices, brush the olive oil evenly and generously over both sides of each slice. Lay the slices in a single layer on the baking sheet. Bake the bread until golden brown on one side, 10 to 13 minutes. Flip the slices and continue to cook until golden brown on the second side, 4 to 6 minutes. The bread should be crispy and toasted but not browned. Remove from the oven and leave the toasts on the pan to cool. Don't turn off the oven. Make the topping. In a large saucepan or Dutch oven on high, add 3/4 cups of water. Broil, add 3/4 cups of water, broccoli, salt, and pepper. Boil for 6 minutes, stirring frequently until the broccoli is softened and reduced in volume and the water is almost gone. Add butter and stir 1 minute until 1 minute further until melted. Add the soup packet and stir until the dry ingredients are incorporated and the mixture is sticky, adding up to 1/3 cup more water as needed to dissolve the dry soup packet. Remove from the heat. Portion the broccoli mixture evenly over each piece of toast, about 1/3 of a cup per piece. Top each with a slice of cheddar, breaking it into pieces as needed to cover as much of the topping as possible. Set the oven to broil. Return toasts to the oven and broil until cheese is melty, browned, and bubbling, about 4 minutes. Serve immediately. Notes. No notes. Okay, so let's go through this and just make a couple changes. So what I want to say here is, while bread toasts, do this step. In the initial recipe, I had a 1/4 cup of I think I might have added a 1/2 cup of water. I bumped that to 3/4 of a cup because I doubled the amount of broccoli I'm using. So I didn't double the water here. So things that we're watching for when I'm cooking the broccoli are going to be how much water is in the pot. Do I need more? Basically, does it evaporate quick? I'd like to keep about 6 minutes worth of cooking, because that was good for the broccoli to like get soft and sort of mash. I also need I need that to cook. So I did not double the water. I might need to add more. If I add more here, I'm going to add a 1/4 cup more. And that's it. So we're going to add basically up to 1 cup of water for the broccoli. Then we add the butter. I did double the butter. I had 2 tablespoons before. Now we're going to use 4 because I'm doubling the amount of broccoli. Add the soup packet and stir until the dry ingredients are incorporated and the mixture is sticky. I did not double the number of packets because I remember this being a little bit salty, and it had some flavor, like it had the flavor to it. I also remember it being a little bit overspiced. So I'm hoping that I can add basically the soup packet. I can add the soup packet and then it'll be seasoned enough. Because I'd like to back this off and taste more broccoli than onion soup. So I did not double the packet. So I'm not using 2 packets. I'm just using 1. I was using 1 the first time. So I'm hoping that it dilutes that packet a little bit more flavor-wise. Stir until the dry ingredients are incorporated, adding up to 1/3 a cup more water as needed to dissolve the dry soup packet. Remove from heat. Okay, let's do those 2 steps. Yeah, let's do those 2 steps. Fudge Darling, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. A lovely day. Lovely day and the sun is shining. Every cloud's got a silver lining. Ugly day and the skies are blue. Now every day is ugly without you. Anyway, that's a 5 Iron Frenzy song. They're a Christian ska band. You may have heard of them. I am not Christian, but I enjoy ska, so, profit. 10 tablespoons of olive oil. Okay. 10. How much does 1 weigh? 1 tablespoon of olive oil weighs 15 grams. Yeah, Yes, we got one. They're a Christian band. They sure are. Got a lot of Christian references in those songs if you listen. Doesn't make them not a good band. But they self-identify as a Christian ska band. So I use the terminology. They are one of my favorite just generalized bands. So theology aside, I really like their music. I like their lyrics a lot. They're very positive. 150 grams of olive oil is what I'm going for. They're generally like a very positive band, which I appreciate. 100, 20, 30, 40, 150. And sarcastic. Yeah. I think they're fun. They don't rub it in your, they're not like, they don't put their theology like front and center. Like they do. They really do. But they don't it's not, they don't like make you acknowledge, they don't like make you acknowledge it as a part of enjoying the music. I don't know how to describe that really. Like if you listen to the words, you're like, oh yeah, they're talking about God a lot, huh? But some of it's more subtle than that. So I can definitely understand where you might not catch that. I think that I went to a Catholic school for high school, and they were like an acceptable band that like, I don't know. I heard a lot about them. I feel like I know of them, but I'm looking at their songs and I don't recognize any of them. They have a couple albums that I really liked. Bagger, welcome. What's my favorite album of theirs? Favorite Five Iron Frenzy album is, I'll tell you in a second. It's not Proof That the Youth Are Revolting. It's the one, I was going to say it's the one with the robot on the cover, but that's not descriptive at all. Quantity is Job Number 1 is my favorite album of theirs. That has the song that I was just singing. It has a couple other ones on it that are pretty good. They have a song about Canada. I also liked that. Text, you just noticed the cat? This is the cat. Here's Ash. We're not going to touch him because he's sleeping. He's asleep. Asleep. He is asleep. Let's go to Canada. Let's leave today. In Canada, oh Canada, I see vous play. Welcome to Canada. It's the Maple Leaf State. Canada, oh Canada, it's great. They've got trees and mooses and sled dogs, lots of lumber and lumberjacks and logs. We all think that it's kind of a drag that you gotta go there to buy milk in a bag. They say A instead of what or duh. That's the mighty power of Canada. Anyway, that's not an original. I am not making this up at all. That is a real song by the real band Five Iron Frenzy called Oh Canada, and it's good. It's a good one. Send this to 11. Oh no. Oh no. I'm being perceived by the Canadians. I'm like Canadian coded today too. Wearing a toque. That's it. That's all I got. Text. I did. This is not a sourdough loaf, although it does look sourdoughy. This is a loaf of French table bread. So it's a little bit, it's a little softer than sourdough, less chewy, certainly less yeasty. Yeasty, is that the word I want to, is that really the word I want to use there? It's not, but I'm not coming up with a better one. This also is slightly less absorbent than what I was using yesterday. Yesterday I was using just regular like white bread, and I needed like 13 tablespoons of olive oil for that one. Today we're using hopefully 10 tablespoons. I'm seeing we're getting there. We're getting there. About 5 tablespoons on each side. And then what we do is we bake these for a little bit and then we flip them. So when I start, I want to have the side that I want on the bottom up, because I want to flip them halfway through and then have the top. I want to start with the top down, like a convertible in cloudy weather, so that we have the top up at the end. There we go. Okay, I think that's enough olive oil. The last one yesterday, I went a little bit overboard on it, and I think that I think I'm good with the amount that I just used, because it also soaks in a little bit, and then when I flip these over, I will, when I flip them over, some of this will have drained out of here and kind of cooked out. Okay, Mrs. H, welcome in. Can't believe how hungry I am already. I mean, to be fair, you could just eat this with the bread. Like, just a little bread and olive oil is like pretty good. Oh, Dandelions is my favorite song, Fudge Darling. Favorite 5 Iron Frenzy song. No, butter my bread and call me Canadian. Eh? Okay. We did it. This is ready to go. Let's get this in the oven. This says 10 to 13 minutes. Okay, so we're going to set a timer for 10. Flip the slices and continue to cook until golden brown on the second side, 4 to 6 minutes. Okay, my oven is hot and ready to go. Is there anything else I need to put in there? No. Okay, good. Hot and ready, like your Little Caesars pizza or your next Tinder date. Anyway, start the timer. There we go. Let's do the broccoli now. Broccoli is going to go in the Dutch oven. In a large saucepan or Dutch oven, add 3/4 cups of water. Okay, 3/4 cups. Add 3/4 of a cup in here. Okay, let's move this camera over here. And I'm going to just going to move that camera there. And how's that camera? Is it on? Is it working? Hell yeah, it's working. We love it. We love to see it when it works. When it doesn't work, you're not seeing it. Okay, 3/4 cups of water, broccoli, salt, and pepper. Boil for 6 minutes. Okay, so we're going to turn this pan. Oh, damn, I just like chipped my nail. All right, turning this pan on high. Adding the water in here. I'm going to add up to 1/4 cup more of water. So I'm going to measure that out right now so that I've got it like ready to go if I need it. And salt, I need half a teaspoon of salt and a teaspoon of black pepper. So let's do those right now. So a teaspoon of black pepper. So we got 1, 2. I might need to increase this, and half a teaspoon of salt. So again, I doubled the amount of broccoli that I'm using here. So I don't know if I'm going to end up wanting more seasoning or what, but we'll figure it out because we're going to taste it as we go. All right, so we're putting the broccoli in there and adding not adding. We're not adding anything. We're stirring. We're also setting a timer for 6 minutes. Okay. So this is on high. And I'm basically, all I'm doing here, I'm trying to like cook this broccoli, and it's going to sort of mash a little bit also. Over the course of 6 minutes on high, this should cook down pretty appreciably. Let's see if I can actually just set a, can I set a timer on the screen? Show timer. Watch this. 4 minutes. Add 2. Yes, it worked. Okay. Okay, perfect. I want to hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea. Speaking of tech wizardry. Okay, we did it. I want to change that so when I set the timer for my Stream Deck like that, it doesn't appear in chat. Okay, that is, this water is not yet boiling. So what we're going to do is, I want to, when this boils, that might be when we need to start the timer. So what I might need to do here, I might need to change my directions to say, to boil the water in the Dutch oven, then add the broccoli, instead of sort of both at the same time, because I think what might happen is we might get to the end of this 6 minutes and it won't be ready yet. Okay, but it might be. We'll see. Because it's also cooking the broccoli, not just in the water. It's like, the water in here is basically just for steam. Like, instead of steaming this and then draining it, I'm just trying to use a minimal amount of water to cook it. And then the goal is that the excess water that's in the pan here will help keep the, will make the sauce, the onion packet, the onion like soup packet that I'm putting in here, that it will be enough liquid left over at the end to make that a mix, to actually like mix that in. So the timing of this here is kind of important. What I'm keeping track of now is how long, basically once this is sort of boiling, which it is now. It is I can hear it. I don't know if that's audible on stream, but you can hear it sort of sizzling underneath it here. Basically, is that going to be, if starting from cold, I add the water, I add the seasonings, I add the broccoli, I turn it on high, and I set a timer for 6 minutes. Is that enough time to soften the broccoli? It might be, because this is already reduced in volume like quite a bit here. And I've still got some water left at the bottom. So, like I said, what we're doing here is, instead of steaming the broccoli, I'm just cooking it in a very light amount of hydration. Lois, enjoy your work. I hope you're having a good afternoon. All right, we got 1 minute left on the broccoli timer. No, minute and a half. Minute and a half left on the broccoli timer. And I don't want to taste this yet. I don't want to season this any further than I did, because the packet, this like soup mix packet, has a bit of sodium in it, and I want to taste it at the end. And if it needs more salt or pepper, I'll add that to the recipe, and I will write it in earlier. So I want to add all the salt at once, but right now I don't want to add it in. I don't want to add it in just yet. Okay, you got about 30 seconds left on here. I think what I'm going to need to do is cook this for another minute or so more. Maybe 2. But the liquid in here is still pretty good. So if I kind of move it to the side, you can see how there's some liquid kind of reforming in the bottom. That means I'm still good. So as long as there's steam coming off of here, I'm doing great. Okay, the timer is up for this broccoli. Let's try one of these. Let's try a floret and a piece of the stem. I can smell that toast in the oven, so we're moving. I'm gonna check that. We're gonna flip that toast in just a second. No, that's not. I'm definitely not done yet. I'm gonna give that 1 more minute. That should be about 1 minute while I flip the toast. Oh wait. Nah, can't do it. Can only do 2. Okay. Well, that's fine. I don't have a timer format for 1 minute. All right, I'm gonna add. Toast needs to be flipped. Brown on the second side, 4 to 6 minutes. Okay, so let's set a timer for 4. I'm gonna let this broccoli ride for just a few moments here while I flip these toasts. So by the time, and I have a timer on the counter now that it's counting up from how long it's been since it was 6 minutes. So the goal is to just understand how long this actually takes to cook. So here, these look good. Looking good. We're a little crispy on one side, so that means that we can flip and we'll get our second side ready to go. So I'm just going to flip these and then we'll position them that they can lay flat. All right, so I'm in 1 minute and 33 seconds now. So that's 7.5 minutes total on the broccoli. I will end up here at about 8 minutes all in, which is fine. It's good. Okay, I'm gonna pop these toasts back in the oven. This is great. They absorbed a lot of the oil off of the pan. Okay, so that's 8 minutes. 8 minutes total on the broccoli. Toast is back in the oven. I got a 4-minute timer going for the toast. Let's come back over to the broccoli. Let's see how this looks. We've been now for 8 minutes. I'm going to take another piece out of here. Let's see, where are we liquid-wise? We got basically nothing left. We got a little teeny bit of liquid in there. All right, how is the broccoli? Still chewy. Still a little chewy. Okay, that's fine. This is good. We'll do 8 minutes. I do want to add more. I want to have more water in this, generally speaking. I'm just going to add the butter and stir 1 minute further until melted. Okay, so we're going to add, hold on. You know, no, I don't want that. I am going to add the butter. That was 8 minutes. 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes, sorry. Put a minute on the timer here. We're adding 4 tablespoons of butter, and we're stirring this until melted. About 1 minute further. Okay, 1 minute on the clock. Oh, Tom Pablo's chicken tortilla soup. I love a tortilla soup. I don't think I've had tortilla soup in a long time. Not, I don't think. I know that I haven't had tortilla soup in a long time. Carly, welcome in. Good day. Okay, this is coming along. The butter is melting. What is the note on here? Stirring. Add the butter and stir 1 minute further until melted. Okay, so I want to stir constantly here, basically, at this point. And this broccoli is most certainly reducing in volume from where it was. For sure. Okay, that was 1 minute. Now, add the soup packet and stir it until the dry ingredients are incorporated and the mixture is sticky. Adding up to 1/3 cup more water is needed to dissolve the dry soup packet and remove from the heat. Okay, so this step, I want to add about 1/3 of a cup of water. So we're going to add the soup packet. We're using the Lipton Recipe Secret Onion Soup Pack. So we're adding a soup packet to this, and we are adding 1/3 of a cup of water. And we're stirring, starting now. Until the soup packet is, what am I actually looking for here? I am looking for all of the onion bits to be hydrated. Or I'm looking for all of the dry to be gone and the onion to be no longer dry. That's what I want. A vehicle for cilantro. Oh, the forbidden soap herb. Yes, that is true. All right, so I got about 10 seconds left on my toasts. I am at, in 10 seconds, I will have been stirring this for 1 minute. Here we go. That is about 1 minute. And I'm going to take this off of the heat now. So I'm turning the heat off on my Dutch oven. We're going to take the toasts out of the oven because that was their 4 minute. That was the 4 minute mark. These should be. Let me give them 1 more minute in the oven. 1 more minute for the toast, which is great. I'm going to take this over to the counter. Now, we're going to taste this for seasoning. Now, that's the goal. I'm going to taste this. Nova, welcome. All right, that's great. That is actually great. Like, really good. No farther seasoning needed on that. Okay. Let me make a couple notes here before we move on. Stirring frequently until the broccoli is soft and reduced in volume and the water is almost gone. So I want to actually I do want to add cup. Timer just went off. Take the toast out of the oven. That's what I want to do right now. I want to take the toast out of the oven. Okay, toast is out of the oven. Have a lot of hot stuff on the counter, Lou. Watch your arms. Okay. Stirring frequently and the water is almost gone. So yes, add 3/4 cups of water. Dutch oven on high. What I want to say is cook. I want to say cook for 7 minutes. Stirring frequently until the broccoli is soft and reduced in volume and the water is almost gone. Add the butter and stir constant 1 minute further until melted. Add the soup packet and stir until the dry ingredients are incorporated and the mixture is sticky. Add the soup packet and 1/3 cup water until the dry ingredients are incorporated and the mixture is sticky and dissolved. Okay. Stir continuously. Okay, got it. We did it. We did it. We did it. I bet you know something. Portion the broccoli mixture evenly over each piece of toast, about 1/3 a cup per piece. Okay. Let's not disturb the cat. Not going to disturb the cat. I'm going to reach into the oven. No, we're going to reach into the refrigerator and get cheese out without disturbing the cat. Okay. All right. Portion the broccoli mixture evenly over each piece of toast, about 1/3 a cup per piece. Great. Where is my 1/3 of a cup measure? It is here. It is here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So some of these are going to get more than 1/3 because they're big. The recipe calls for 10 pieces of toast. I have 8 on the tray, but my tray is full. So that means that these are pretty large pieces of toast. So we're going to take a little bit of leeway here and put some additional topping on some of these. Now this, we have too much broccoli. This time around, oh wait, hold on. I don't want to top that side. That is the small, that is the narrow side. Let's get, there we go. Okay, much better. That's the side I want to top. We have a third of a cup on each of these, and some of these I'll add more to. So depending on your loaf of bread and how many pieces you can get out of it, I think this is the right, this feels like the right amount of topping, because these are some of these are big pieces. Like I just added a whole other third of a cup to that one. I'm going to add a whole other third of a cup to this one. So some of these are going to be pretty well covered. So yeah, I actually do think this is the right amount of broccoli. Good. Well, I doubled the amount of broccoli from what I made initially, so last week. So this is good. We have a good volume of broccoli here. All right, Fudge Darling, what are you doing in PA? November 22nd. Day of the week is November 22nd. Is that Thanksgiving? Is that Thursday? Is that Thursday? Okay, we're done with this. Finished with this. I'm gonna need the Dutch oven, I think, for later today for soup. So I'm I'm gonna put that in the oven and actually just fill that with a little bit of soapy water so that I can scrub that. So I can scrub that in a few minutes here. So, Saturday, okay. Excellent. Safe travels to you. You have an uneventful trip, as such as it is. All right, we're gonna top these toasts now with some cheddar cheese. Let me wash my hands as I am gonna use them for food production purposes. And then we're going to toss these in the oven. While these are... No, we're not. I was going to say while these are in the oven, we're going to take a quick break. But we're not, because they are only in the oven for about 4 minutes. So I don't want to try to wedge a break in during that time. Five Iron Frenzy. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misinterpreted what your message meant. I thought you meant that you personally would be in Pennsylvania on November 22nd. Got it. Okay. I will not be able to make that either. That is a day that I will not be available in town. All right, we're topping each of these with a piece of cheddar. Now, I'm calling for 10 pack of cheddar. So basically, I want to just use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slices of cheese, and then I'll go back and take 2 more slices of cheese and sort of rip them apart and put them over the top of the rest of these. No, I won't, because I only have 1 slice left. So what I will do is take this 1 slice of cheese and rip that apart and put that over the top of some of the edges here that are exposed. And then I'll take other cheese that I have and put that over the rest. But these are the ones I'll use for like a photo. What do I have in here? This is pepper jack cheese. So I've got a couple pieces. This is from the trip that I was just on, so I'm sort of like, this is just a use it up situation. Also, maybe we'll see what it tastes like with pepper jack. It's not an unreasonable thing to do here. Okay, but that looks good. We got one more slice for the edge. A little bit here. Oh, nope, I don't want to do that one. That one's the photo one. Okay, and let me just eat the rest of this, obviously. Okay. So this is topped, ready to go. These look good. Whoa. Yeah, these look good. We have broccoli, we have cheddar, we have toast, and all of that is going to go into the oven. Set the oven to broil. I have set the oven to broil. We're going to return the toast to the oven and broil until the cheese is melty, browned, and bubbling, about 4 minutes. Serve immediately. While we're doing that, we're going to make some notes. I'll finish my notes here for the recipe. Then we'll take these out. We'll take a picture of them. We'll try them. And then we'll start making our soup. It's 2:30 already. And that soup is going to take a little while. Hopefully not that long. I need to be out of here today. All right, broiler's on. Pop these in. Pop those in and set a timer for 4 minutes. Okay, I need to be out of here today by 4:45, 16:45 Eastern at the latest. I have a PTA thing tonight, so gotta freshen up, unless I just show up looking like this, which would be fine. I don't think anybody would actually care. Let me rephrase that. No one would care. I would care. I like to look a little bit more, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah, I want to wash my face. I'm not going to do my, I'm going to probably put a shirt on with a collar. This one. If I wear this one, I might get asked some questions. People will be like, what are you wearing that shirt for? What does your shirt mean? Well, that's something my kid says. Okay. Calvin yesterday told me, he was like, one of my friends, saw you on YouTube, and then he like named a short that I'd posted. And I was like, oh, that's good. Hopefully I wasn't saying anything awful. But I wasn't, because I posted it. Anyway, there's a link to YouTube in chat if you would like to try to guess which short it was that was recommended to a 10-year-old. Okay, notes as I eat the rest of this cheese. Prepare the oven, preheat the oven to 400. Line a large baking sheet with parchment paper. Cut the bread into 10 slices, 1/2 to 1 inch thick each. Brush the olive oil evenly and generously over both sides of each slice. Lay the slices in a single layer on the baking sheet. Okay, so I also want to note that, like, depending on loaf, slices may vary. Which obviously would be, whatever. This is about to get naughty, Nova says. It was not that one. I actually forget which one it was. Which one was it? Hold on. It wasn't. Now that you've said that one, I know that it wasn't that one. Let's see. It was. Oh, it was the garlic one. The less garlic equals red flag. That was the one. That was the one. Which I guess is kind of funny. I also want to do see if I have a guide on their website about broccoli slicing. Broccoli butchery process. Bake until the bread is golden brown on one side, 10 to 13 minutes. Flip the slices and continue to cook until golden brown on the second side, 4 to 6 minutes. All of that is accurate. The bread should be crispy and toasted but not browned. Remove from the oven and leave the toast in the pan to cool. Don't turn off the oven. Make the topping in a large saucepan or Dutch oven. Place a large saucepan or Dutch oven on high. Add 3/4 cups of water. Okay, pause. Pause to check the toast. Yep, those are done. Beautiful. That was, how many minutes was that? 4. It was exactly 4 minutes. Hey, look at these. Got hot toast. Hot broccoli cheddar toast, fresh out of the oven. On screen right now. There it is. Browned, bubbly, and ready to eat. I'm gonna let that cool for like just a hot second. Because it's, grotesquely hot in this moment. Wait. Okay, there it goes. Let's finish this up. Add 3/4 cups of water, broccoli, salt, and pepper. Cook for 7 minutes, stirring frequently until the broccoli is soft and reduced in volume. And the water is almost gone. Add butter and stir constantly 1 minute further until melted. Add the soup packet and stir continuously. Add the soup packet and 1/3 a cup of water, stirring continuously. Stirring continuously until the dry ingredients are incorporated and the mixture is sticky. Removed from heat. Top and bake. Portion the broccoli mixture evenly over each piece of toast, about 1/3 of a cup per piece. Top each with a slice of cheddar, breaking it into pieces as needed to cover as much of the topping as possible. Set the oven to broil. Return toast to the oven and broil until the cheese is melty, browned, and bubbling, about 4 minutes. Serve immediately. Serve after 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, so this is pretty good. I'm happy with the directions here. They look good. Visually, they look like what I want them to. So, let's cut one of them apart. We'll take a picture of it, and then we'll see if it is see if the taste is there. That's the next goal is does it taste like it should? Okay. Let's cut this one. Whoop. Man, Ash is still just sitting right there. He hasn't moved at all. I plopped him down on that chair and he's hearing me. He hears what I'm saying to him now. I don't know if he's hearing me, but I think he heard his name because his ears just moved. Okay. We're going to put this toast on the plate. We're going to put this, let's get this sliced crosswise. That way we get as much filling as possible. And I'm taking the bread knife and really like letting the knife do the work here because I want to get a good cross section. I don't want to mash the filling. The goal is to get the cross section, not quickness. Nova says, I just added anchovies to a pepperoni and salami pizza with hot honey drizzle. Hell yeah. That sounds great. What's the sound that used to be really popular? Oh yeah. I just remember because it annoys Gwen. Yeah. Oh yeah. That sound. It's a good one. Ash is having what my spouse calls a safety meeting at work. Nobody moves, nobody gets hurt. Yeah, this cat hasn't moved. I want to turn the chair so you can see his face, but I also know that the moment I do that, he will be disturbed. Okay. I want to take a picture of this because we need a picture of it. Now this, I was saying yesterday, I was saying yesterday that I had chicken pot pie toast due. That was due last night. So I finished it. I made it yesterday. I made it, I edited the recipe, and then I sent it in. This is not due until next week, but if this version is good, then I will be finished with the testing portion of it. Okay, I need to turn the horrible overhead light on. God, look at how orange I look with this light on. It's so bad. It's not good. And then do a like this view. There we go. And then I'll like a little closer like that. Okay. Turn this off again. Yeah, the overhead light in this kitchen is brutal. It's great when you're like in here and you don't have like cameras. But it's just a really awful color temperature. Yeah, it's an awful color temperature. I don't like the bulbs that are in it. They're nice for like real life, but not for cameras. All right, take a look at this. Look at that. Look at that cross section. That is a lovely looking toast. When you toast the bread, it doesn't get soaking. It doesn't soak the inside. So it makes it a much like more stable platform to put toppings on. And here's the overhead view of that. Whoop! Oh, oh. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that in a second. Here is what we made today. These are broccoli cheddar toasts. They have French table bread, olive oil, broccoli, unsalted butter, black pepper, salt, a packet of onion soup, like the one that you'd make onion dip with, and a bunch of slices of cheddar cheese. So I was gonna say that's dinner tonight, but it's probably not. This is probably not going to be dinner at all. This is probably just my lunch right now. That is far better than the first version of that I made. Far better. The seasoning is always a work in progress. And this is great. It is more broccoli than salt and onion. The version that I made last week had half of the broccoli. So I literally doubled the broccoli and didn't change the amount of the soup packet in here. And it's much better. Now, the other thing that I would say here, I'm gonna say, is if you want these to be really cheesy, you need to double. Where's my pen? There it is. You could double the cheese, which I would actually probably prefer, but you don't have to. And anytime you can just call for like one packet of cheese, that's less expensive than calling for two. So I think this is pretty good as it is. I think for me, making this for myself in the future, I will probably double the amount of cheese. Just because I think if the goal is to replicate sort of the broccoli cheddar taste, I'm missing more of it's not as balanced between the two. Like broccoli cheddar soup is not broccoli cheddar, it's broccoli cheddar. They're like equal, they have equal weight in the equation of the soup. And I think if you doubled the cheese here, you would that would come through more. And no, but yeah, not a fan of too much cheese. Right. So there's a balance. I'm very happy with this though. This turned out it's very good. I'm not going to force this on my family tonight. not going to force anything on them tonight, actually, because I'm not going to be here for dinner. So whether they eat these or whether they eat the soup that I'm about to make, I don't really care. I'm just going to stand here and eat this. It's good. Now, any other notes? Any other notes for this? I need to change the order of the way that I've listed the ingredients because they're not in that order anymore. Which I guess I should just write down because otherwise I might forget to do it. All right, so the salt and pepper. I actually think I feel like I want like more pepper in here. I don't think that it was bad. I just think that I didn't get any. So I might say 1.5 teaspoons of black pepper. I already called for 1 teaspoon, so just bumping it by half again, I think is my move. Excuse me. Well, I'm very satisfied with this. I'm like tasting it. I'm sort of getting the aftertaste. Like, is there anything else that I would do differently? I don't think so. The broccoli was cooked nicely. Oh, that was the thing I wanted to do. Did I change the timing? Cook for 7 minutes. Yes, I did. Add the butter, stir for a minute. One minute more. So broccoli ended up cooking in the Dutch oven for about 11 minutes was the end result. So I feel like as long as my timing here adds up to 11 minutes with the broccoli and the water, the butter and the packet, I think it'll be fine. Hold on. I'm so satisfied. That was so good. When we were talking in stream last week, when I was kind of working on these toasts, I wish I'd have written down who it was. And if it's someone here now, like, out yourself, please. Because we were talking about naming. And someone said a toast to chicken pot pie. And I kind of mulled it over. And I think that's like where I'm going, the direction that I'm going with these. I'll see what my editor says. But I'd love to do, like, I want to do more. I want to, like, do kind of more varieties of this. And sort of keep a consistent naming for it. I believe that was me. Probably was. We were talking about, we were talking about branding it. And I love the idea of saying, like, a toast to blank, you know, a toast to chicken pot pie, because that, it tracks. It, like, is it's what do they say? It's cheeky. I think that's what, like, that's what British people say, right? Anyway, I submitted the chicken pot pie toast with that. And we'll see what they say. It's not particularly cheeky. No, it's not. It's just, it's clever. It's clever. And I tested that chicken pot pie recipe, or the chicken pot pie toast recipe again last night, and it turned out really well. So, pretty happy. Pretty happy in general. We're gonna make a soup now. So the chicken pot pie on toast. Looks like this. This one's frozen. I'm also seeing how long it takes to, or like what the reheating process is. We're not going to do that today. But the chicken pot pie toast looks basically exactly like the vegetable, the one that I just made. It's just a chicken pot pie filling. So this one uses boneless, skinless chicken breasts in a pan. You cook down an onion. You cook down an onion for like 2 minutes. You toss the diced up chicken breast in there. You cook that. You put a bag of frozen peas and carrots into that same pan, and you just let those warm up. And then you add 2 soup packet or gravy packet mixes. You could use turkey, chicken, mushroom, onion, whatever sort of flavor profile you want. You mix that basically constantly for like 3 minutes, and it turns into gravy in the pan. And then you top that, you make the toast the same way I did for these, and you top that and broil it for a minute. It's basically the same process, just a different topping. So, So, remember, this came out of a recipe that I wrote. Fellas, I love cabbage rolls. Oh my God. I love cabbage rolls. Yeah, no garlic. Now, this doesn't have garlic. And I thought about it. I did think about garlic. And honestly, do you want to know the reason I didn't put garlic in here? Time. The time that it takes to chop like some garlic. I will say that you could add garlic to it, but the goal is to keep this under 30 minutes. And like chopping a bunch of garlic is not meeting that goal. Is not going to do that. So while it pains me not to put garlic in things, that is honestly like the biggest reason. Like the truly biggest reason that I did not put garlic in here. You could probably put garlic salt or garlic powder, and I most certainly should have included that as part of the directions. And I am actually kind of remiss now for thinking about it, and like I didn't include it. But I don't disagree. I do agree with you that generally garlic would make both of these dishes better. I'm putting these on a pan. So I'm gonna freeze these. And I'm gonna package them up probably tomorrow. Take the meat tenderizing mallet, smash the garlic, remove the paper, and call it a day. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Now that I have my little garlic roller, it's less difficult, but it's still one of those things where I'm like, is it necessary? Is garlic necessary for this dish, or do I just want it? And that's sort of the calculus that I've been making. Okay. We're Tetrising these in. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. I just don't want to have to break these apart. Yeah, peeling anything is definitely a pain. Oh, Ash is up. He's up. He's up and he's about to be gone. He's gone. The cat is gone. He might be back. He probably won't. I think that from what I know of cats, they tend to take the nap and then they don't come back to the nap spot that same day. Garlic is in everything I make, Nova. That is also valid and true, and I often put garlic in pretty much everything. I think when I'm cooking for myself, like when I'm just kind of off the cuff cooking, I put garlic in pretty much everything. That is how it goes. All right, let's do this. We're going to get out the ingredients for my next recipe. Then I'm going to run a quick ad break on Twitch. We'll play a game of words on stream during that time, and I'm going to clean up the sink. I need to clean the Dutch oven because I'm going to use it for the soup. And I need to just put some stuff in the dishwasher because that's, you're supposed to clean while you cook. That's definitely the right move in the kitchen. And you'll note that I'm not running hourly ad breaks today. We've been 2.5 hours in the stream and we haven't had an ad break yet. So if you're here right now, you will get a 3-minute ad in a few minutes here. So just like a heads up that we're going to do that. I'm going to turn on the camera over at the sink. I'm going to do some dishes and we'll run 2 games of words on stream during that break. But first, let's look at this recipe and see what we need for this. We'll get our ingredients out also. This is Italian sausage and cabbage stew. It comes from Simply Recipes. It says prep time 10 minutes. I'm squinting because that feels like a lie. Cook time 50 minutes, total time 60 minutes, servings 8 to 10. Note, we use Savoy cabbage for this recipe, but you could use regular cabbage or even collard greens or dinosaur kale. If you want to make this stew vegetarian, leave out the sausage and double the beans. Cool. Prep time is always a lie. Prep time is a complete fallacy, especially if you're live streaming, because you could derail me for any number of things, and I'm just going to be like, what's that over there? Dan, welcome. Hello. I will easily get derailed. So yeah, prep time. If I'm in my headphones with a little bit of music on and no background noise, the prep time in recipes can be accurate. We'll see. What do we need to do? Ingredients: 1 tablespoon of extra virgin olive oil, 1 pound of sweet Italian sausage, bulk or removed from the casings. Okay, let's get out. We're gonna move this chair off to the side. If Ash decides to come back, then he can hop into the chair. We have a pound of sausage that is bulk sausage. 1 large yellow onion, half sliced and half minced. Okay. 2 garlic cloves, minced. Okay, so yellow onion, garlic cloves. Man, this garlic is fucking in there. It is like deep in there. These little, all these awful little teeny tiny cloves on the outside. Let me get to the big ones. Come on. Come on, what are we doing here? There we go. All right, that's probably good. We'll mince a couple of the small ones together and call it one. That'll be fine. 1.5 cups of white wine. Okay, now I'm going to use cooking wine here, obviously. I mean, obviously, is it obvious that I'm going to use cooking wine? I'm going to use cooking wine. How much do I need? 1.5 cups? This might be enough. I don't know. 1 can of white beans drained. White beans. There we go. This can is older. We'll take that one. And then chicken stock. I don't have chicken stock. We're going to use vegetable broth. A quart of vegetable or chicken stock. So this is 1 quart. A 1 quart box. 1 quart of water, which we will just get later. 1 large Savoy cabbage, quartered, then sliced into 1/4 inch thick slices. So, I don't have a single large cabbage. I have 2 of these like smaller Johns. So let's see how much those weigh all together. Watch, this one's going to weigh. This one's going to be the right size all on its own. No. Okay, this is 1.2 ounces, and I'm going to need a bowl. These after they've been prepped anyway, so let's just do that. Okay, 2.2 pounds, 3 ounces. Perfect. That's great. That's literally like exactly what the recipe calls for. Incredible. 2 bay leaves. No, those are not bay leaves. Where are bay leaves? There they are. 2 bay leaves. We'll just get the jar out. 1 cup of chopped parsley, loosely packed. I believe the parsley is for the very end here, so I don't know if I actually need that first. And then Parmesan cheese. Let's see. I have 2 little things of Parmesan in here. Which one is older? Used by April 2026, used by August 2026. April it is. Okay. We have our ingredients out. This is our everything that needs prepping. Can go over here. All right, so this is the prep side. Okay, we're going to prep and start this soup in just a moment. No, but thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I appreciate the lurk too. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope work is easy. I hope work is non-taxing. True character is 4 of the little garlics make 1 regular size garlic. Yes, that is also my calculation. I don't think there's any like wrong amount of garlic. Truly, you could have too much, but probably not. Okay. Let's do Game of Words on stream. We'll be back here in just a moment. I'm going to turn the ads. Hold on. Let me come over here and we'll we'll like get the sync on the camera. That way there's something happening. Something happening for the during that time. Okay. Put the sync on the camera. There we go. Okay, we're gonna play a game of Words on stream. I'm going to do some dishes here while we're waiting, and we'll be back in just a few moments. If you want to hear my rambling during that time and you are not currently a subscriber on Twitch, you can go to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat where you can hear me just fine because there are no ads on YouTube. Okay, we're starting a game of Words on stream. I'm going to start a 3-minute ad, and we'll be right back. I'm going to get these dishes into the sink, or into the dishwasher.
Hi, welcome to another edition of
Some of I might want for my recipe here. So we'll wash those at the same time. We'll wash those along with the Dutch oven here. Probably this cup measure, the bench scraper, and the Dutch oven will all be needed. All right, let's wash these. The Dutch oven's been soaking for a few minutes, so should be pretty good to go. And yeah, we're going to use this Dutch oven again to make the soup, I think, because it's usually big enough for any type of thing that I need. This is a pretty sizable Dutch oven. I don't actually know how large it is, but it's pretty big. All right, here we go. We got one. Yeah, time for one more. Time for one. Wash this sheet pan here and just pop that in the oven because that will dry out while it's in there. Gout is a funny one to have as a clue. Not as an actual affliction, but it's a funny one to have as a clue. Okay. There it is. Hey, we're finished with the ads on Twitch there. I hope you are still here. Just kidding. Thank you for your patience. I know that ads aren't everyone's favorite thing, and they're certainly not mine, and we're finishing a game of Words on stream. We haven't been doing ad breaks during stream today. I think it's been relatively that's been a good thing. I don't love having to run ad breaks during every stream. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. And today was a day where we aren't, just because I haven't wanted to. So, we'll finish this game of Words on stream, and we'll be back in a moment. I washed the things that I needed to. Actually, let me wash this chef knife. We'll wash the chef knife here. use that again. What am I using that for? Probably the onions. Okay, great. Not that many dishes in the sink. It's a good thing. Alrighty. Good work. Good work. Good work. Come on back. Come on back over here. Cyber, welcome in. Hey, 240. Congrats on your 240th check-in. It is noted in Discord for posterity and for Cookie Club this month. Okay. Let's get started with this recipe. Close this dish off. Alrighty, it is 3:06 p.m. I need to be finished stream today by what time did I say? 4:45. This says it takes an hour to cook time is 50 minutes. Prep time is 10. That means that we should have plenty of time. Oh God, we're in trouble. Aren't we? We're definitely in trouble. I'm in trouble. The longer I stand here and think about how much trouble I'm in, the more amusing it gets. So enjoy. Let's get started though. We're gonna prep the ingredients first so that I'm like not floundering around when it is time to, put the cabbage in the pot. Great. Let's do it. My big cutting board. I can use that big cutting board. What did I cut on that big cutting board? I cut broccoli on the big cutting board. And I took a picture. Okay, we'll use the other side of the cutting board. Got it. I'm on it. I'm on it. Okay, pound of sweet Italian sausage, bulk, that's already bulked. 1 large yellow onion, half sliced and half minced. I wonder what they mean when they say sliced. Let's read the recipe and see what format they are. Add the minced onion, save the sliced onion for later, and saute 3 to 4 minutes, stirring often. Once the onions give up some of their water, use a wooden spoon to scrape any brown bits from the bottom of the pot. Add the minced garlic and cook for another 1 to 2 minutes. Add the wine, beans, boil, and lower heat to simmer. Add the white wine and the beans and bring to a rolling boil. Reduce to a simmer. Cover and cook for 10 minutes. If you want for a thicker base, use an immersion blender to blend some or all of the beans and onions. You can use an immersion blender in this. Ooh, tempting. Add the water, stock, salt, cabbage, sliced onion, bay leaves, sausage, then simmer. Sliced onion half, bay leaves, and sausage. Bring to a boil, reduce heat to a simmer. Cover and simmer for 10 minutes, then uncover and continue cooking until the cabbage is tender, about another 10 to 20 minutes. Then serve, sprinkle on chopped parsley and grated cheese. Okay, so I don't need to chop the parsley or the cheese during this first step. I can save those for later, because those go on last. Okay, we're not going to worry about those right now. All right, it does say sliced onion, so let's we'll slice half of it. I assume when they say sliced, they mean like half moons. I don't really know what other format sliced onion might come in, but half moons seem appropriate. I get a little scrap hole out here for my onion tops and skins. That way we can save those for later, for stock. I think I'm going to make stock tomorrow. I think. We'll see. So if y'all were around yesterday in the late afternoon and follow the other account that I have, the alternative account, I did a stream yesterday, a little like cooking. I tested a recipe and did a tech test stream, and everything turned out. Everything came well. Went well. Things went well. What I was hoping to happen, what I wanted to happen happened. What I was expecting to happen did not happen, which was a little bit vague. I'll explain. yesterday I was testing a new plugin that allows me to record each of the individual cameras separately and completely. So what does that mean? Well, that means that if I want to make a video, like an edited YouTube style or whatever, an edited video, that I'm not just relying on the VOD to provide the video content for that. What is that? What do you, Lou, what do you mean by that? Great question. So if you look on YouTube, right, on the YouTube channel, there's a link to that in chat. You will see video, the most recent like edited video is about pizza dough. It looks a lot like stream because it is. Because the video file that was used to edit that YouTube video is just the VOD, the stream VOD. The plugin that I have now, I tested yesterday and works, allows my computer to record not the stream, so none of the graphics here, none of the, this thing's not there, these are not there, the frame, this like frame that's around the outside, that is not present. Either it's just the video feed. And not only does it record the main camera, it records all three, this one, and then the one that's over there that we were just looking at on the sink. It records all three of them at once, completely. Meaning, if I want to like switch to, I'm like, oh man, I wish I had an overhead view of that thing as I was doing it because it looked a lot cooler from that angle, I will have it. I can always use the VOD if I want for whatever purposes. But my intention is to be able to record better video quality for usage on YouTube. It was a long story to get there, but the plugin's called Source Record. So basically it'll record one video that looks like this without any of this stuff, one that looks like this, complete full resolution, and one that looks like, oh God, what's on that camera? One that looks like that. There's my sink right there. And it will record all of them simultaneously and separately, as well as an audio track. So that's pretty cool because I can run the stream the way that I would run the stream for people watching live. And I know that the camera, whether or not I have this camera on, it's still recording the content from that camera, which is pretty cool. So that is a big improvement in terms of like the ability to think for long form YouTube content in addition to live, which is the goal. So we did a little stream yesterday. I tested that plugin. I recorded for an hour and a half without issue. So that was pretty promising. What does that mean? That means that I was saying like, oh, I might make stock tomorrow. Why did me saying I was going to make stock tomorrow trigger me to talk about the camera stuff and the background? Well, because I'd like to do every so often now, I'd like to do a stream that is dedicated to basically recording for YouTube. Instead of recording separately, I'd like to do that like live. Like I'll make stock, we can hang out and talk and like have the normal like stream conversation, and I can do like a couple different things that are all like for making a YouTube video. Like I was going to talk about, like I want to do a video about like having a stock bag in the freezer and like what can you put in it, what should you not put in it, like that type of thing. And I think it might be fun to like do that live. So anyway, a lot of kind of new information I just threw at you. But that's where my head was at when I was saying like, I might make stock tomorrow. Anyway, we're peeling these garlics now. Got a lot of little tiny garlics going on. I chopped my onion. I sliced my onion. We're going to mince this garlic next. That's the next step here. We're already past the 10-minute prep mark, so as we knew right from the jump, that was probably not accurate. But that's okay. We said that ahead of time. We acknowledged it, and it is true. And that's kind of neat. Yeah, a couple board game streamers go live on Twitch and record their YouTube videos live. And that's what I mean, part of, yeah, and like for me, just like a little insight, right? Like I know that probably all of y'all are going to nod along when I say this, but like I'm busy, y'all. I do a lot of stuff. Like I might not have a full-time job, but like I do a lot during the day. And the idea of literally setting aside completely separate time to record, just record, is quite literally what's keeping me from doing it. And I think if I could basically like take the time that I would usually take, you know, like maybe once a month or twice a month or whatever, where I would take some of the time that I've planned for stream and dedicate that to like, okay, tomorrow we're going to talk about a stock bag. We're going to take a look at like the camping box that I have. We're going to talk about how I store herbs, like whatever like little things that I want to make a YouTube video for. Like I'm just going to do those live, and I think that's fine, and it should be interesting. And I mean, hopefully the folks who are here live will find it interesting while I'm talking about it, and hopefully it will also like work for YouTube. That's the calculus, is like take the time that I'm already using standing in front of the computer and the cameras and use it for both. And I think some people might get annoyed at that or whatever, but I also am not going to like write like a big script and do all sorts of like, you know, slick stuff. I really just want better cameras. That's the goal. That was the goal of having this plugin, was be able to say like, all right, we're gonna just make these YouTube videos that I want to create just look a little bit better. I'm not gonna do a whole bunch of like scripted whatever for them. Quartered cabbage, then sliced into 1/4 inch thick slices. Okay, so we're quartering our cabbage. 1, 2. I'm gonna cut the core out of it. The only thing that I might change with regard to streaming versus like knowing that I'm going to use the video for something is I might, if I stumble over my words, I might say something a second time and repeat it like in a clearer, more concise way, which I think, you know, I'll acknowledge that that's what's happening, etc. So I think, you know, that's from a like how might this be different perspective. I think that might be it. We'll see. And yeah, and you can edit it too. Yeah, and like I'm not gonna use like raw footage from stream. I'm gonna cut it down too. So interactions with y'all, you know, I might include some. I might include None? Who knows? I don't know. I just know that I want to be able to record better. Better quality. A better quality recording overall. They don't usually interact with chat as much when they're recording. Do they, are they playing a game with like other people in real life? I'm kind of curious like what it is that they're recording. Or are they doing like a demo of the game or just talking about it or something of that nature? Quarter sliced into 1/4-inch thick slices. Okay. Make an announcement ahead of time. Yeah, that's kind of where my head is at. And I put, I also set up a button on my Stream Deck that I can turn off stuff. Like I can turn off sounds. Like I can turn off the sound commands and the ability to like redeem a sound so that I have like better audio. I also have a button that turns off visuals, but the way that I set the recording thing up, I don't actually need that anymore because it's not recording. It's not recording the graphics. So a full playthrough. Okay, so that's a long time. That is actually a long time. I don't imagine doing that, but we'll see. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't fully fleshed out how I want to structure a stream that has that goal, has the goal of recording in mind. I don't want to go too far away from, if I'm live, I don't want to go too far away from like being able to talk to people, because that's like the point is, you know, the point of being live is the conversations. But stuff like YouTube videos that are like 4 to 5 minutes long are what I'm thinking of. You know, doing a stream where I make like 4 or 5 of those at once and maybe just like talk about different things. I also mentioned they record live on Twitch, and when for YouTube video, it's brought in more viewers. That's cool. Okay. I like that idea. Yeah, like, hey, I'm recording this. You could watch this live. Like, I already multi-stream to YouTube. Like, this is also live. Everything you're seeing is live on YouTube currently, both vertically and horizontally. So it's already there. I just want to create more like content like that without overtaxing my time. Because, you know, as I mentioned, I got stuff to do. All right. Cabbage is almost finished. Great. That is a big old bowl of cabbage we got here. Okay. We are good. I just want to drain the beans and then I'll be set with my prep. I'm going to leave this right here because I'm going to chop the parsley on it. So I don't want to move this off the counter just yet. Step 1, cook the sausage. Heat the olive oil on medium-low heat in a large, thick bottom pot. Add the sausage, breaking it up into pieces, and put it in the pot in a single layer. Okay. When the sausage is cooked on all sides, still pink in the center, remove it with a slotted spoon and set aside. Okay, so I'm not actually cooking this all the way through. Good to know. Our goal here is to cook this until it is slightly browned and then take it off the stove. Or take it out of the pan. Yeah, so like when I was talking about the recording thing, like this camera is on right now. You can't see it on the screen, but if I had the recording element of, if I had the recording plugin live on right now, it would be recording what that camera is seeing. So if something like happened in this pot, I would have it on video. That's the point. Heat the olive oil. A tablespoon of olive oil. All right. Tablespoon. That's about right. Heat the olive oil. Medium low heat. Medium low. Okay, medium low is 3. We'll let that heat for just a minute or two while we get this out. I have all natural sweet Italian pork sausage. 1 pound of pork sausage here. Breaking it up into pieces as you put it in the pot in a single layer. Okay, let's do that. Come on over. Come on over. Come on over, baby. How do I open this thing? I'm trying not to sit it on the counter because I don't want to put a thing with raw meat on my cutting board. I'm opening it up. Oh, God. Ah. Come on. How am I to open this with all of my... Fuck, let's even get in here. All right, we're gonna do this with a knife. I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay, come on over to the stove. We'll put the meat in here. Maybe. One more try on the peel apart. Oh, did I do it? Oh, damn it. No. Okay, it's fine. Okay, just opening it with a knife. No problem. No problem. I'll plop that in there. Break it apart. Get a little wooden spoon. All right. That's good. Where's my wooden spoon? Here we go. Okay. I'll break this apart now. And just brown it, it says. It doesn't need to be cooked all the way through because it cooks in the liquid too at the end. And I'm guessing, I don't want you to cook it all the way because they want some of the, I'm assuming that what happens is if you don't cook it all the way, that some of the fat stays on it and then that fat gets rendered into the soup as it's cooking, which would make it pretty nice. What size pot did they actually call for? In a large 8-quart pot. So I have a quart of chicken stock, a quart of water, cabbage. That'll all fit in here. I don't know. I don't know if this is an 8-quart pot or not, but we'll find out if it overflows. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Okay. I'm just breaking this up still as it's cooking. I tend to overcook in these scenarios. I don't love the idea of putting like raw-ish meat into the sort of with the cooked everything else that's like into the liquid. I don't know why. I just have an aversion to the idea of it. But that's a me thing. I could have used turkey sausage. I was looking for turkey sausage, but I actually forgot this sausage when I went shopping yesterday. Or else I would have used turkey sausage in this. This is pork, which I often avoid pork sausage. I like chicken sausage and turkey sausage. I don't want to say more, but I tend to use them more. All right, it is 15:30 my time. So the PTA thing starts in 2 hours. My son should be home in about 30 to 45 minutes. So I'm doing good. I'm decent on timing here. Again, same way with the meat. Yeah, like when I'm making a soup, right, and it has sausage in it, like I'll cook the sausage first. Even if you take the meat and put it into the soup and let it cook for like 45 minutes, like on a simmer, like it would definitely be cooked all the way through. Like no question it would be cooked all the way through, but I just don't love it. I don't love the idea of it. It's like, I don't know, there's something that just kind of doesn't sit right with me. Like I want it to, like I have this idea that there's still like, I don't know, blood in the meat. And like when I cook it first, it like evaporates out or something, and which is not kind of how things actually happen. But I think just in my head, that's what's happening. I don't know. It's a mental thing. It's definitely a mental thing. Okay, I'm gonna let that sit for a second here as I get to the next step. I'm the same way. Hey, so far, first to 5. Congratulations. That was a fun little sound, little keyboard sound. When the sausage is cooked on all sides, remove it with a slotted spoon and set aside. It's that words. It's those words on stream. That's what it is. And Gwen's home first. I forgot Gwen was at work. I didn't forget she was at work, but I thought she might be at work for long. Now, when did I put that counter in place? And I think that that's probably a fair number. Would you say 500 feels? I mean, that's been in place for 5 or 6 streams now. So that feels like, I mean, you type, you're generally in words, like you type quite a bit. So I feel like the bar has been set. That feels like it's about the right number. Maybe, we'll see. It is quite a bit. And I mean, like, that's the thing, is like for I think that there's a few folks in chat who are outliers. A few folks who are outliers who will hit that number more regularly than others. It counts every guess for words, though. That's the thing. I wonder, oh man, you know what I could do? I could make it more difficult. We could take words out of the equation. I could have it check whether an ad, or I could have it check what scene is on screen, and if the words on stream screen is up, I could have it not count those. That would actually be pretty easy to program into there. Bellos on YouTube says we had like over 9,000 cats and 1 dog. There's a lot of cats. There's too many cats. And it will take my looking what ages to reach 500. Well, and I have, I started, researching a process specifically for lurking, so that we didn't lose out on folks that don't chat or who prefer lurking. Don't chat is a sort of a negative way to put that. For folks who like prefer to lurk. I'm not there yet, because it's just a lot more like coding than the chat message number, but I have sort of the framework for how I want to set that up. God, I could get there fast. You know, I was thinking the other day, I have a lot on like the things that I'd like to do. I'd like to put a second or third game, or at least a second game, into the queue of things that can be done during ad breaks. And I was thinking maybe we could like vote on them or like have some sort of like format for selecting them. Okay. Velas, it said there was a chat from YouTube. It said we had over 9,000 cats and 1 dog. It says it came from YouTube. I don't know. This one says Twitch. Next, saute onions and garlic. Add the minced onion and saute for 3 to 4 minutes, stirring often. Once onions give up some of the water, use a wooden spoon to scrape any brown bits into the pot. Add the minced garlic and cook for another 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to leave this on medium-low, which is... Hold on. There it goes. Okay, leave this on medium-low. 3 to 4 minutes on the onions. Okay, those are in. Now, it didn't have me add any salt or pepper to this yet, so let's see. I set my timer. Gwen's home. Hello. You're back.
I'm gonna go work on both covers.
Okay. Sounds good. Ash is on the chair. Ash was sitting on this chair for
He's curled up in the middle one.
Yeah. He was sitting on that chair right there on this corner of stream for a while. Lord Velas won on YouTube. She did not. 10 more cats. Ash is a decorative cat. He was being very decorative. Ash was being very decorative today. He was on stream for like over an hour, sitting on that chair. Sleeping, in fact. All right, these are looking good. These are looking good. I did set a timer for these, didn't I? I did. Okay. Then we add the garlic. Then we add the wine and the beans. How much wine? Let me measure the wine because we're going to do that next. Wine is 1.5 cups. 1.5 cups. So I'm using white cooking wine, and I need another container of this white cooking wine. 1.5 cups. That's a lot of wine. This must be a very like wine forward. Smells good. This actually smells kind of nice. Brian, you want a glass of white cooking wine? No? Okay.
Doesn't sound appealing.
Does not sound appealing? No, it's not.
In a couple hours. Continue to work right now.
Okay, well, enjoy. No, we're not, no decorative cat cooking today. They're just for decoration, not for eating. All right, this is looking good. Looking good. Whoa, get back in there. I love the sound of it. New pics. Turndale, how old is Resi? I know that you don't have like an exact number, but what was your sense? I didn't actually drain these beans, did I? No. No, I didn't drain these beans. What are these beans in? This is like the thickest shit. Okay, that's done. Let's do 2 minutes on the garlic. And we hit start. Fellas, it's very funny to see the YouTube chat logos I'm not used to seeing in my queue. It is funny. Darlene on YouTube is like unknown commenter. It is interesting to see it. All right, timer's going, wine's going. We're gonna rinse these beans off. These beans are wild. They have like it's like they're like thick. They're thick. I think he's 4 months. Okay. Yeah, it is hard to age them. Size though is definitely a factor. Although some of them, you know, I feel like if he grows up and is like a much larger cat, then maybe he was like a little younger when you got him. Like, I don't know. I feel like if I looked at Obi, I'd think that he was, you know, several months older than Ash because he's just that much bigger. Lemon, hello. Velas, I appreciate you hopping into the YouTube stream. How was it? How does it look over there? Well, I don't really know how it looks over there. Add the minced garlic, cook for 1 to 2. Add the wine, beans, boil, and lower heat to a simmer. Add the white wine and the beans and bring to a rolling boil. Reduce to a simmer. Okay, rolling boil. Okay, we're adding the wine and the beans. Here's the wine. Here's the beans. Yes, timer, I know. Thank you. Okay, we're going to turn the heat way up, bring that to a rolling boil, reduce to a simmer, cover, and cook for 10 minutes. Okay, so let's bring that to a rolling boil. I'm not adding any additional liquid here. That's an interesting, like, we're just boiling wine and beans and garlic and onion together. Yeah, so fluff on the vertical stream says that the chats are different. And they are. They're not combined. There's a chat for vertical, there's a chat for horizontal. It's really kind of weird. More of a close-up version. The vertical stream is designed separately. So it is basically in my OBS, I went back through and redesigned all of the scenes to be vertical so that it is not just like sort of however the system decides. And I haven't completely finished that yet. I want to do, I still want to add some of like the overlays to it. I want to add, I want to move some things around based on like where the chat is. Because on the vertical stream, it's, your chat is like on the bottom, and it like takes some of the real estate of the cameras. I feel like I'm missing out. You are. That's the thing. Like, because it's a camera, because my stream is designed for a horizontal viewer. So you're missing out. I made the calculus of doing it as a, instead of doing like a widescreen video that is like just in the center, like, you know how sometimes when you're watching something on like Instagram or TikTok and it's like a reel and they have like the full widescreen, but then there's like a bar on the top and the bottom. Like, I could have set it up like that, but instead I just cropped the image itself. So like on the vertical stream, you're seeing, let's see, about that, like what's in the center of my hands right there. Lemon says I'm a horizontal viewer. I view streams in horizontal landscape format, and I also enjoy them while I myself am horizontal. So, yes to both. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to switch out my spoon here. That one still has like meat bits on it, and I want it to be, as I discussed earlier, not loving the idea of putting raw meat into the liquid and having it cook there. I don't love the idea of having stirred the raw meat with the spoon and now using it for the rest of the liquid. So we're not. Okay, this is coming to a boil. I'm going to start my timer. It says 10 minutes. Add the white wine and the beans and bring to a rolling boil. Reduce to a simmer. Cover and cook for 10 minutes. Okay. So this is, I would say, not quite at a, yeah, it's a rolling boil. Okay. So we're going to reduce that to low. We're going to cover it. And we're going to let that cook for about 10 minutes. If you want for a thicker base, use an immersion blender to blend some or all of the beans and onions. I don't think I want a thicker base to this. I kind of like the idea of the whole beans in there, and I don't see the need to blend it, frankly. So I'm not, which is great. Next, we add the water, the stock, the salt, the cabbage, the sliced onion, the bay leaves, the sausage, and simmer. I don't know why I don't add the bay leaves earlier in the process. That feels feels like I should. Feels like I should be adding them now. But who knows? This is why following a recipe is not something I do super often. Usually just kind of winging it, especially with soups. But I had the thought of, like, I want to make a sort of a good cabbage soup. I didn't want to just like put cabbage in a bunch of broth and throw some beans in there and kind of like see if it works. And I don't make cabbage soup really hardly ever. So today I just wanted to start with something that I knew has been tested and I knew would work. So that was the goal. That was the goal today. We have a few minutes here. So we're gonna let that ride. I have a little bit of olive oil left in this container. I need to get some more because this is all when I, oh, what are we doing? What are we even doing here? This is all the olive oil I have left in the house. Actually, that's not true. If I really needed some, I have some in my camping case, but I don't really want to dip into that. That's like, what's the word? It's not emergency olive oil, but it like doesn't. If I dip into that, I might forget. And then not refill it, and then go camping and not have it. Scarcity. I usually have a whole other big jug of olive oil, like the one I just had, like ready to go in the cabinet. But it's been yeah, just don't. I haven't really done a whole bunch of shopping recently. Is this simmering? And that's I haven't been to Costco. That's the thing. I haven't like gone and gotten I haven't done like a full shop, like a big shop in a while. And olive oil in that volume is not something I'm going to buy at like the regular grocery store. My son is home. Calvin, hello. I'm live and making soup for dinner. I'm making that cabbage soup that you asked for. Or remember when we got cabbage at the market and you were like, make soup out of it?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm doing today. How was school?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where's your jacket?
It's in my bag.
Okay. It's cold out. So, you know. Is that bottle like $90? At Costco, I actually don't know how much that bottle would be. Probably like 30 to 40, if I'm guessing. At the
Do you want your hat?
regular supermarket, probably like 70. Do I want my hat back? Not currently.
Okay.
I'm wearing a hat and happy with it. Just put it by the door. Yeah, foot drawing. I actually don't know how much that would be at Costco. Not off the top of my head. I could check. Let's see. What is... I have 4 minutes until I want to get that soup. I'm going to look on Instacart and I'll tell you exactly how much it is. Because now I'm curious myself. And it's been a while since I bought one, so it probably went up. I don't use Instacart on my phone. Where is it? There it is. Okay. For me, at Costco, buy it again. Let's see. $37.06 for 3 liters of olive oil. Yeah, $37. At the grocery store, like my standard sort of neighborhood grocery store, I think it would be quite a bit more or less. So go Costco, I suppose. It's not like Kirkland brand olive oil either. It's the regular, the same one I would get in a regular grocery store. Okay, now we're adding the stock, the salt, the cabbage, the onion, the bay leaves, the sausage. Okay, let me get the rest of my ingredients out here. How much salt am I adding here? A teaspoon of salt. No pepper. It doesn't call for pepper. I don't love that. I think I'm going to add some pepper because I I don't love the idea of not having any pepper in the thing. So I'm gonna do that. Despite what the directions say. I don't know if there's a compelling reason to not add pepper to this. I feel like it's weird that there isn't pepper. Okay. About a teaspoon of both, plus more to taste, it says. Okay, we're doing about 10 minutes here on the first round. Okay. We should. Let's come back over to the stove here. This is my beans and wine and garlic. These look good. All right, I'm going to add the other ingredients that it calls for here. We'll turn this all the way up to high. And let's add the liquids first, because this needs to come up to a boil. So I'm adding my stock. So it says a quart of stock. Adding that. I'm going to add a quart of water. So I'm just going to fill that same box again. Right from the sink. Pop that in. Now this is on high. So I'm going to put this, I'm actually going to change which burner this pot is on. Because this is on, okay, because this is on a less powerful burner. And I want it to boil quicker. So let's move these, and then we'll put that on the big burner. This is gonna, that is hot. Can't grab that with my hands, can I? I could. I'm not going to. Okay. Whoop. Sorry, didn't mean to bump. All right, I'm gonna add that. Turn the big burner on, turn this one off so it doesn't melt my camera. Move the camera over here. There we go. And we'll leave that right there for a few moments. The water, done. Add the stock. Done. Add the salt. Salt. I also added pepper in there. Cabbage and white onion. Sliced onion, bay leaves, and sausage. So we're going to add the sliced onion.
Hello.
Hey,
Didn't have a hug.
you're back. Welcome home. Gonna have some of this soup for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna add the sausage back in here with the liquid from the bottom of the bowl.
Smells like pumpkin pie in here.
It smells like pumpkin pie. Interesting. What do you mean pumpkin pie? In the fridge?
Yeah.
Odd. Okay, that. Then
I
the
like
bay
the
leaves.
pie, but it's a cake.
The bay leaves. You're probably smelling the pumpkin bread that's right here.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll add the.
Hi, chat.
You want to say hi? Here he is.
Hello.
Calvin's here. He's just now home from school and about to do What? What are you about to do?
The Roblox admin abuse for steal a brain rot.
What? Oh, none of. I know what all of those words mean individually. I don't understand what that means collectively.
There's a game on Roblox called Steal a Brain Rot,
Okay.
and it has an admin abuse where it's like 8 times luck. But it's like 8 times luck that really good brain rots will spawn on the track.
Brain rots.
Yeah, I really hope
What is a brain rot in the context of Roblox?
there's like tons of holes. It's a bunch of stuff that's like AI generated.
Okay, but like what, when you say that, what do you mean by that? Like it's a video or it's in the game? Like
No, it's like a character.
a character pops up in the game?
Yeah, so there's a red carpet in the middle of like the server,
Okay.
and brain rots are walking on it,
Okay.
and they do like $1 per second, $2 per second.
Okay.
Um,
Do y'all know even any clue? Does anyone else other than Twinderella have any clue what this child is talking about?
oh, for Grow Garden too. There's Grow a Garden, 99 Nights in the Forest, Steal a Brain Rot. It is early, yeah.
Okay. I'm deeply unfamiliar with what any of this means.
Twinderella knows.
Yes. Well, they are familiar with Roblox, so unlike myself. Well, okay. So you're playing. He's doing something in Roblox, y'all.
And with my
Isn't
friends.
that cute? With your friends?
Yeah, with all of my friends.
I have a challenge for you
Oh no.
while you're playing with your friends.
What?
Ask them. I want you to learn one new thing about your friend. I want you to have the type of conversation that brings up some new element. Maybe how they feel about their Thanksgiving plans.
Okay.
Ask them questions like, what are you all doing for Thanksgiving? Is that something that you've done before? Do you like it? Oh, you do? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it? Ask them questions that are more than just come over here, do this thing, do you see this thing, etc.
But I won't be able to if a strawberry elephant spawns. You know that, right?
I don't even know what you're talking about. If you're going to be chatting with your friends on Roblox, I want you to have the type of conversations. I want you to strive to have a conversation that's worth having instead of just yelling at each other.
Okay. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? I'm going to my family's house. Okay. Do you see this brain rot on the track? It has a dent in it.
Okay.
Okay. Just letting you know. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Love you.
He dropped his can on the floor.
What?
I said he dropped his can on the floor.
Oh, okay.
I was stating a factual observation about what I had seen. Twitter says, that's his favorite fruit. That would work too. Literally anything. Admin abuse is basically just when game creators set aside a time for players to come in while the admins abuse their powers and run games, give things away, offer special perks and time storage. So, okay. Okay, so it is the admins. I was imagining, like, going into the admin or like the settings and changing settings to make things like easier or something. I think that's where my head was at when I hear that terminology. That's all. We can but try, Mrs. H. I know, right? I'm reading a book currently. Reading a book called Boy Mom, that is about raising boys, children cultured as young men in the United States, and it is a really kind of a depressing read, if I'm being honest. But they're talking a lot about, there's a whole chapter on like video games and interactions in games and how the level of interaction is not at all a replacement for actual human interaction, or even like non-game related interaction. There's always a foil. The foil of the game between the things allows you to never connect at a level that is relational, like importantly. And so, yeah. Which tracks when I hear Calvin like on playing Roblox with his friends. You know, I could be like, hey, you were just playing with your friend on Roblox for 4 hours. What are they doing this weekend? And he'll be like, I don't know. And I'm like, if I spent 4 hours talking to somebody and didn't know what they were even doing like the rest of that day, oh, that would be so weird. It would be so weird. Like, I don't understand. Like, I understand it, right? Like, there's a place for that. But if you're replacing that type of connection with an actual, if you're replacing the human conversation of like getting to know somebody or knowing somebody and like caring about them with just like game logistics and insults, it's not actually communication. Like, you're basically grunting at each other, you know. They talk junk online, right? Ask them to go out to dinner, and when they go out to dinner, Mrs. H, is that good? Like, do they connect when they're out at dinner? Do they actually like do that? You know, I think, you know, I see, you know, even like sometimes when kids come over to our house, like they'll hop on the Switch and just like start playing games with each other, and I'm like, I just want to like turn it off and be like, just use your brain to play. You're 10 years old. Go to the playground. Go to the playground is like the refrain. It's cold out. Yup, that means that running around will be a lot nicer. We're waiting for this to boil. Y'all, that's what I'm doing here. I'm waiting for this to boil. Once this boils, I'm basically like simmering it for 20 to 30 minutes until the cabbage softens, and then it's finished. So, it is fascinating to me as someone who does not really play video games. Like, it's interesting. Like, I know when I see Gwen play with her friends on Fortnite, you know, eventually, every once in a while, they'll talk, right? But it's also like people she's known since pre-internet, so there's already a level of an established connection there. I don't think that kids are learning anything new. Children are learning anything new about each other through the medium of video games. My boy's 14, so I try to test him. I think, you know, Mrs. H, I do think that kids are also craving connection, and when you force them into it, you know, I think that they do spend that time mindfully in the presence of each other. At least that's been sort of my observation. or at least more of it is spent that way. Just as hard. Just as hard. You wanna like make sure that they grow up to be like, you know, capable, competent, well-spoken people. Kathy, welcome in. Cabbage soup looks yummy. I think so too. It's looking pretty good. I'm happy with how it's coming together. We're about to boil here. So once this boils, I'm gonna basically turn it down to a simmer and put the lid on for like 20 or so minutes. And then we'll be just about finished here. I'm gonna taste this, see how we're doing. Oh, that tastes wonderful. Seasoning's good on there. Could actually use a little bit more salt. So I'm going to add a little bit more salt to it. Bring to a boil. So I want to bring this to a boil. Cover and simmer for 10 minutes. So I might as well just cover this now. I'm supposed to cover this later. I might as well. This is actually just about to boil here. I'm seeing some bubbles on the side. If I cover this and give it probably 1 more minute on high, should be pretty good to go here. And then we'll simmer it for 10, and then it says uncover and continue cooking for about another 10. So we have another few minutes here. Once this, I'm just gonna leave that cover on. Once that starts to boil up, I will I'll add a little bit. I want to add a little bit more salt to this, so I'm going to add another teaspoon of salt to that. I don't have any more pepper already ground, so I'm going to add a little bit of white pepper to this, if I can find it in here. It's somewhere in here. White pepper, where are you? Hold on, I gotta turn that timer off. Okay, white pepper is in here. It is in here somewhere. We're gonna find it. Unless it's not in here and I'm wrong, and that'll be the... I'll have to note that down. I was wrong. I don't see white pepper in here. Interesting. Oh, is it in this big... What is this? That is... Oh, that's MSG. I have a big thing of MSG in here. I actually forgot all about. Interesting. Where is the white pepper? Sea salt? Damn, it's gone. Maybe I used it all. I probably used it all. I'm going to add a little... I don't want to add anything else to this. It tasted pretty good like it was. I actually don't want to mess with it too much. Maybe I'll add a sprinkle of Aleppo pepper. That's what we're going to do. Add a little Aleppo here. Not a ton. Aleppo is not that hot. Or isn't hot. Beth, welcome in. Good day. Good day. All right, we should be boiling. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, hello. That is definitely a boil. I'm going to give that a stir. I'm going to give that a stir. I'm going to add some more of the rest of these spices to it. So a little bit of Aleppo, a little bit more salt, and then I'm going to stir that in just lightly. And then I'm going to put the lid back on here, and we're going to let that simmer. Now I turned that basically all the way down to low. So we have a very, very low simmer here. Now I said I want to be finished stream today by about 16:45. So we're pretty much right on track here. Here's what we're going to do. I am going to wash my hands. I'm going to chop up that parsley. I'm going to grate some cheese, some Parmesan cheese, and we'll put those into little containers ready to go. And then I'm going to triage the sink. Put some stuff in the dishwasher because then I'm pretty much ready, pretty much finished, ready to go. So we're gonna do that next. But I'm gonna chop this parsley first. I said earlier I don't need to do this because there's time to do this later on, and you know what? There is, and it's right now though. But I'll do it now. And we'll get done. All right, we're gonna get the parsley. I'm gonna put lid. Get a container. Get some lids here. Chop this up. And when I'm finished with this soup, what do I want to do? I guess I just want to leave it in the pan because Gwen and Calvin are going to eat this for dinner, but not yet. I don't think they want to eat yet. Pretty sure they don't want to eat yet. Given that Calvin just went upstairs to play Roblox, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to eat right now. So I think what I'll do is just leave this in the pan and leave that on the stove, and then they can just eat when they're ready. It'll still be pretty warm, and just hit it in the microwave for 30 seconds if it's not. Okay, so what do we do with the parsley here? To serve, sprinkle on chopped parsley and grated cheese. Okay, so all I'm doing with this parsley is cutting it to sprinkle on top. So there's no, you can have some stems in here and that'll be fine. I'm just getting this to the point of 2 passes with the knife. There we go. Yeah, I read one of the nice things about going on a trip where I don't have any real responsibilities is the reading time. Like I read 2 books, or I read one whole book and most of the second book while I was away for 5 days. Like if I'm left on my own and don't need my computer or don't need to be on the internet and don't have anything to do and just don't have any obligations, I basically just read. It's sort of my natural state of relaxation. I read most of Boy Mom, which I was just talking about a few minutes ago. And then I also reread The Danish Way of Parenting, which is easily, and it's not even close, my favorite parenting book. I've probably read it 4 or 5 times at this point. It is wonderfully informative, sort of across the age spectrum. And I read it first when Calvin was less than a year old, and I've read it several times since then. And it continues to hold up no matter what age kid you have, because it's one of those things where it's not prescriptive by age. It's prescriptive by outlook and focus more so than a specific age. So you sort of take the thing that they're talking about and apply it to the stage of life that you're in, as opposed to the book talking about a specific stage of life, if that makes sense. It's a really good book, and I don't even remember where I heard about it first, but it was fascinating. Denmark being ranked as the happiest country or population in the world for 30 straight years. I was like, huh. The Danish way of parenting. Sounds good. Sounds like it might create well-adjusted children. Let's look into it. So it's all right. All right, we're filling my stock bag. This is for later. And I set my timer. So right now in this pot on the stove, we have cabbage stew. It has been in there now for 20, 30 minutes total. Cooking, we have about another 20 or so minutes until it's ready to go. When the timer goes off, I'm going to take the lid off of it and simmer it with the lid off. The purpose in the recipe, it says, continue cooking until the cabbage is tender, about another 10 to 20 minutes. I mean, I feel like the cabbage wants to be tender now, but I don't know how. I mean, I know if I keep cooking it, it'll get softer. Like that, I know, but I don't know how much more I'm gonna need to cook it. We'll take the lid off, cook it for about 10 minutes, and then we'll give it a try. Okay, so we're just grating a bunch of Parmesan here. I'm doing the topping, so we have Parmesan and parsley, classic 2P topping. And this soup is what's for dinner tonight. So the broccoli cheddar toasts that I made earlier are all in the freezer. I didn't leave any of them out. I ate one for my own trial, and then the rest of it I'm just leaving out or leaving in the freezer. And those will be for lunches and probably dinners for the future. I want to try to reheat them a couple different ways. See how it is. Does the microwave leave them like soggy? Can I reheat them in a cast iron pan on the stovetop? Can I reheat them? I know I can reheat them in the oven. Like that one's easy. But I want to see if there's other methods that work for them as well. I know usually with stuff like that where you have like a grilled cheese, right? Grilled cheese is a good example. Pizza is a good example where you have something that's like has a toasted element to it, like pizza crust or bread from cheese. Doing it in a cast iron pan is always, or not always, but usually a pretty good way to do that. So I am thinking that might be the case. I don't know if it works like that from frozen though. You might need to like microwave it for about 5 minutes and then put it in the cast iron pan. That probably also works too. Well, I mean, I know that would work, but I don't know what the specifics are. Who knows? Okay, I think I'm just going to grate this whole thing of Parmesan because I am just going to use it, like, because I might as well. That's my calculation here, is because I might as well just grate the whole thing. Because then I can just put the lid on it and store the whole thing in the fridge and use some of it for the soup and some of it for later. All right. Almost there. 4:30. 16:24 currently. A couple seconds left before I take the lid off of this, and we'll evaluate where we are at that point. It was at a pretty heavy simmer when I checked it a few minutes ago. So I think it's not going to need any time to stay at a simmer. Like it's just going to stay. I'm just going to take the lid off, and I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, finish grating that in a second. Timer's about to go off, and there it goes. right, reset that timer. All right, we're about to look at the soup. So if you're interested in what it looks like now, come on back and put your eyeballs on the screen, because here it comes. All right. There is our soup, looking good. I say soup, but they called it a stew. The recipe itself is called sausage and cabbage stew, and this is most certainly stew-like. It is thick, very thick. So I don't actually know if I should. It says to keep the lid off now, but like, I think if I do that, it's going to reduce a lot. And I don't really know that I want this to reduce more than it is. I do know that I want to try the broth. Let's see how this tastes. Right. I also know that I am not going to put that directly into my mouth right from the pot. No, I'm not. I'm going to come back over here and try that. Looks good though. Mmm. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. All right, let's give that a stir. I think I'm gonna put the lid back on. I want to put the lid back on because I don't want this to reduce a lot from what it is. I could add a little bit of liquid to it, but I don't really want to do that either. I think it's got a good, it's at a good like liquid content, liquid to solid ratio for being a stew. I'm going to put the lid right back on there. I'm going to turn that to a medium low, and we're going to come back over here and finish grating our cheese. And then we'll come over to the sink. I don't think I'm going to run an ad while we're doing that. But y'all can, if you want to play a game of words in stream, you can let me know. I'm going to finish grating the cheese, and then we'll clean up. We'll clean up. Oh, Dan, good question, Dan. Good question, Dan. Dan asks, what were some of the things that others did for dinner on your trip? That's a great question, actually. Wonderful, welcome in. How was your hiking and camping? Did the grape chicken salad pack well? The grape chicken salad packed fantastically. One. Two, people really liked it. So there's that. The grape chicken salad went over exceedingly well. And it packed just fine on the hike, because the hike day that we did was on Thursday, and it was a high of 2 degrees out, so Celsius. So it was cold and did not need refrigeration for being in a backpack for a couple hours. The hike itself, so we did, and Dan, I'll definitely tell you. We'll talk food in a second here. The hike itself that we did was the Devil's Path in the Catskills, so upstate New York. The Devil's Path is supposed to be one of the hardest hiking trails in the country. It's the second time I've hiked it. We only hiked a small portion of it this time, and it was extremely difficult, just like it was last time. It had snowed. So we had a bunch of packed snow, ice on the trail itself, which made things really pretty dangerous. Treacherous is the one I'm searching for. Dangerous, but treacherous is the one I'm looking for. And it ended up being one of my buddies who went. We're basically, our plan was to do the first four mountains of the trail. We put a bailout car after the third mountain in case we lost the light or for whatever reason. And I'm glad we did. On the way down from the first mountain, one of my buddies fell and dislocated his shoulder. And he and another, so there was 5 of us on this hike. He and another guy basically bailed out in between the first and second mountain. There was like a 2-mile walk back out to the road where we started. You just basically like go back downhill and around the mountain again. But that person's car was parked at what we intended to be our bailout point. So because we had someone drop us off at the start, another person in our group like literally dropped us off and left. Like the options, so the guy who got dislocated shoulder, he and another person buddied up and like bailed out to the road. It took them almost 3 hours to go 2 miles. A third guy was with them. He took our radio. Like I have these mountain radios, and so he took the radio and the car key from the person. The person who got injured was the person whose car we were supposed to be at. Who was supposed to be at our bailout point, which was after the third mountain. So the Devil's Path is basically like you climb up a mountain and then down, up, down, and you do that 9 times and then you're done. We were supposed to do the first 4. We put a car at a bailout point after the third one, and so there was a guy hiking. There was like a front group, which was me and another friend, and then a back group, which was these 3 guys. One of them got injured, 2 of them bailed out. The third one kept going and was hiking by himself until the top of the third hill. But my buddy and I slowed down. So we slowed down to close the time gap between us. We didn't want to stop because it was really, really, really cold. And like stopping would not be a good idea. But he was in radio contact. We took it slow. He sped up and he finally caught up to us. And then we finished the third mountain together. And we all 3 bailed out to the car instead of doing the 4th hill. So hike was good. He went to the emergency room that day, like that evening. The doctor like popped it back in and he was fine. So it wasn't like a consequential injury. He's had it happen before, so it was something where he was like, I've had this happen. I know exactly what happened here. Like, you know, I gotta go to the doctor. And you know, one of my other buddies was like, I could totally pop that back in for you. And he was like, nah, dude, like we're not doing that. But he was fine. He was fine. He was a trooper and sort of, you know, knew how to do the thing. So he's good now. He was good then too. It just took him forever to get down the hill. All right, we're gonna turn over to the sink. I'm not gonna turn on words on stream, or I'm not gonna turn on an ad. I just want to load the dishwasher here. Like that's sort of what needs to happen right now. So we're gonna do that while I tell you about the food situation. So the food was great. I've learned on this trip now that I don't want to make dinners. I'm sort of over it. I want to do breakfast, do daytime activities, and then I want to sit and read while someone else makes dinner, which is so much nicer, honestly. But the meals, let's see. So the first night we were there, one of my buddies made meatloaf and mashed potatoes, gravy. We made something else to go with that, some other vegetable, which was really quite nice. The second night we were there, we had, what's the second night? The second night was tacos. So another guy did, did a bunch of like tacos with fixings. Like he did guacamole, he did refried beans, he did meat. I don't know exactly what kind of meat it was. I forget, honestly. It's probably beef if I'm thinking about it. Let's see. Yeah, tacos. He did pickled red onions, cheese. He made tortillas, which was super. The next night was ribs, baked potatoes, chili, and what do you call those things? Calzones. So it's like a little eclectic mix, which was really good. Definitely an eclectic mix. It was deer chili, so like deer that someone else had one of my friends, like neighbors, had shot. And then the fourth night was sort of like a meze plate. Another buddy made beef and lamb kebabs, and beef and lamb kebabs, pitas, pickled red onion, tzatziki, roasted carrots, hummus, and I think he had like some olives and stuff like that too in there. So all of that was sort of the meals. It turned out well that we didn't need to do any kind of lunches. So many leftovers, and as predicted, people got up super late, and we didn't really need lunches. And then breakfasts turned out pretty well. I didn't end up making oatmeal at all because I made the quiche. I made too much quiche, so we had quiche the last day that we were the first morning and the last morning. The sandwiches turned out really well. I just did those sort of first thing when I got up and made all of them at once. And we ended up having the quick breads were great. I think that my favorite thing that I made for this trip, like the thing that I think of my own that turned out the best, was the pumpkin bread. I was astounded how good that pumpkin bread was, honestly. And I think the big reason that it was good was because it sat for like 3 days before I cut into it, and had time to sort of like gel together, which is always for quick breads. It was super nice. So yeah, it was a good menu overall. Now, Dan, when you say out there, we were in a cabin, by the way. Like, I don't know if I've made that clear. Like, I do a lot of camping on my own, but this is a group of, there were 10 people on this trip. It's a group of 10. We rent a cabin. I always, like, I find a cabin somewhere on the East Coast. We've been many different places before. This is like year number 12 or 13 for this trip. This time was in New York. We were right next to the Hunter like ski mountain, if that means anything to anyone. So we were in Hunter. We ended up at a cabin. It was super nice. And it is nice. The more people that you have for a trip like that, the lower cost it is. So basically, if we have more than 10 people on this trip, it is relatively inexpensive for, a 5-day trip. It ends up costing, with food and alcohol, I do all the budgeting and planning for it, and I basically budget for everything, like your top line number. I think this year's budget was like $500. That includes the cabin, that includes food, it includes alcohol, and it includes gas for the drivers, and for anybody who is buying any extracurriculars. So any sort of intoxicants that are not alcohol, those are also budgeted for. So all in for what you get, based on, you get all the food, transportation, cabin, etc. It's a pretty good deal. And the more people you have, the cheaper it is. So if it's from that perspective, it's pretty nice. Okay, so I am finished with dishes here, which is great. Do I have anything else? Ah, shit, the cutting board. I forgot the cutting board. That's fine. I'll do that in a second. So I my timer went off for the soup. I'm just like letting it cook. I'm letting it continue to cook while I'm finishing this, because it said like 10 to 20 minutes, and I had the timer set for 10. So the timer went off, and now we're I'm finishing these dishes, and then we'll get the cutting. Not the cutting. We'll get the soup out, and we'll take a look at it here. Oh wait, that's hand. Okay. Good. But yeah, the trip overall was great. Had a good time. Only one injury, and it was a manageable. It was a manageable one, so that was good. Nobody got in any fight. Yeah, it was nice. It's funny. I think everybody on this trip is over 40 years old now. When we started going on the trip, there was like a mix of like, it felt like everybody was like young, and then like some people were 30 and some people were 40, and I think now everybody is over 40. I'm one of the younger people on this trip, for reference. But it's fun, and now I have the task of following up with everybody and telling them what they owe, what their balance is, because we have a deposit, but we didn't have the final costs until the trip was over. Alrighty. Well, things are looking good. Dishes are finished. And we are going to take this soup off the stove and take a look at it here. Then we're going to get out of here because I have a PTA meeting to go to. As I stated earlier, at 17:30. So in 45 minutes, I need to get changed, wash my face, and go to school. It's at the school. It's not on Zoom this time, which is like, I keep forgetting that it's not digital. All right, here's this soup. Shall we perhaps take a look at it together? Also, let's turn the oven off, or turn the stove off. I'm gonna get a bowl. And take like a nice picture. So, and I'm gonna eat some of it too, because like that's how it goes. Hot? No. Okay. Well, come on over here and let's take a look at what we have for a soup. Okay. When I said no, that it wasn't hot, I lied. It's absolutely hot. Yeah. Well, that is delicious. And this will get better the longer it sits, too. because it's get that bay leaf out of here. Because it's cabbage. So it will just continue to soften. I'm searching for the other bay leaf. I don't see it. All right. Let's get, I'm gonna get a little, get some of this in a bowl. Looks good though. Looks good. Okay, I'm gonna put that off to the side here. And we are going to come back out and we'll put this back on the stove. We'll put just on the back burner here. I'll leave it sit there. I'm not going to turn it off or not going to turn it on. I'm just going to leave it. And we'll put the spoon on top right there. Beautiful. That is ready for dinner whenever my family is hungry. Okay, so now we're going to take a little bit of this parsley, sprinkle that on the top, a little cheese. This is Parmesan. Just a little bit. Toss these in the refrigerator. And I'm going to take a picture of this because it looks pretty. And yeah, and that's, I don't need a better reason. I don't need a better reason because I made it. And all right, let's turn the light, the crappy overhead light on. And the little picture. Bloop, bloop. Gwen always yells at me because I don't center things. I like do them slightly off center, and she's like, why do you gotta take these pictures like that? I'm like, that's just the style. It's how I've been doing it for a long time. Okay, come take a look at this soup, y'all. We're ready to share, show and share. This is for the aesthetic, exactly. Why change? Why change? All right, this is the soup that we made today. In addition to the cheddar toasts from earlier, this is an Italian sausage and cabbage stew. It has sweet Italian sausage, yellow onion, garlic, white wine, cannellini beans, vegetable stock, cabbage. It has both regular cabbage and regular like Savoy cabbage and regular cabbage and Savoy cabbage. It has bay leaves. It has chopped parsley and freshly grated Parmesan on top. And that is what we made for dinner today. So thank you, Kairu. Thank you. I'm going to try a little bite of this. So I think tomorrow, if I can get myself together in the morning, this is a big if. So I don't want to promise that I'm going to stream tomorrow. Because I think that if I promise that I'm going to be live, it will make me feel, what's the word? It'll make me feel stressed. I don't want to feel stressed. The goal, if I do go live tomorrow, is to do a couple YouTube videos. So I may go live to do that. I may just like try to like plan instead. Regardless, we'll be live on Thursday Thursday stream is something like a meal redemption. I don't want to call it a meal redemption, though. What we're doing is for September we had a tier where if you donated a certain amount or you gifted a certain amount of subs, excuse me, I would make a meal that you picked. We had 2 folks do that. Tomorrow's going to be the first one. We're making, or not tomorrow, Thursday. We're making gnocchi. The gnocchi is going to be potato gnocchi. It is we're also going to do like a bolognese with that, like a beef and bacon bolognese, which should be hopefully pretty good. I don't know if we're going to be doing anything else during that stream, but that's what we'll be up to on Thursday. So we're going to raid. I am not sure if this person is a food streamer full time. I'm looking. They've done some food streams before, but they are Maya Michaela is streaming. They're in food and drink. They're doing Hawaii cooking, pork and bok choy stir fry, which sounds really good. So we're gonna go support a Hawaiian streamer. They are tagged. Their channel is tagged Hawaiian streamer. So that's super cool. It's earlier in the day for them, which is kind of nice. It's probably not dark there yet. And I'm going to start that raid now. We're going to be back again tomorrow, maybe, and definitely on Thursday. So here you go. So good luck this afternoon. I should mention that if you are hanging out here and you're not a follower, you can hit the follow button. There's silent. There's no alerts. There's no pop-ups. There's no chat messages, and I won't say hi to you or acknowledge you. There's some raid messages in chat. If you're a subscriber, grab one of those, and that would be amazing. Or if you're whatever. There's also a few social media links in chat. I would love you to go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that specifically in chat. Speaking of YouTube, if I do stream tomorrow, that's what we'll be doing. We'll be filming a couple YouTube videos. And if I'm not streaming tomorrow, I'll be like planning for that and potentially having an existential crisis. Anyway, we'll definitely be live on Thursday. I didn't say how this soup was. It's really freaking good. It's the Italian sausage and cabbage stew. It's from Simply Recipes and it's delicious. Anyway, I'm off to a PTA meeting. I'll see y'all. I hope you have a good rest of your day, evening. Okay, bye. Bye.
There's no secret to fry your spam.